good.
So what could be better on a Friday afternoon in the summer? Come down and have some chowder and shoot some rounds off, and think about Ted Kennedy at Bud's Country Lounge.
Taste of America, right? Yeah. That's right.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thanks
Toby,
so much.
and we appreciate it. And thanks for your great hospitality. It's we're having a good time here today, and we're going to do a lot more here. And I hope everybody can get down. If you're listening to us in the car, if you're in the area, come on down. This is a great place to be, and pick up your copy of Kennedy Babylon, and we'll be here all afternoon. We even have some magnets to give away. I don't know if we have any bum magnets left, but we got we got one bum magnet left. I'm gonna have to order some more, I think, from they want somebody. Okay, somebody wants.
We got to take her.
Yeah, I know. We got to take her. I made her wait to the next break to get her picture taken with me. So she's gonna get the bum magnet, the last of the bum magnets. We will be right back. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is having its biggest ever summer sale. It's $100 off their special summer package. This system has you need to keep your home safe, and there's no long-term contract. This sale ends August 13th. Get $100 off today at simplysafehowie.com. simplysafehowie.com. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Would you take a vacation in New Jersey?
Yes, I would. Absolutely.
75% say no, they would never take a vacation in New Jersey.
I'm disappointed in the snobbishness of the Howie Carr audience today. I can't believe that. But if they could see some of those nice places down on the Jersey Shore or Cape May, they would feel very differently. All right. Okay. I want to talk though about this story in the Boston Globe. I mean, the Globe has a lot of trust funders and people who wear bow ties and drink Brandy's Alexander, et cetera, et cetera. But this is really snarky, even by Globe standards. Forget scenic traditions. Trump vacations in the land of spray tans. The land of spray tans? Is that any less demeaning than to call New Hampshire a drug-infested den?
But also, what's wrong with spray tans?
Yeah, are you telling me that there's no spray tans in Massachusetts?
I get my spray tans in the beautiful posh place of Wellesley, Mass. And guess what? I love it. So spray tans are fabulous.
President Trump, who delights in thumbing his nose at the country's cosmopolitan class, is using his first presidential break starting today to send a fresh version of the message, of the populist message. He's spending his 17-day summer holiday in New Jersey. And then new paragraph. You heard that right, then in italics, New Jersey. Like it's some kind of shocking thing that he's in New Jersey. And then we go on. It just gets snobbier and snobbier. It's no Martha's Vineyard or Kennebunkport. It can't compare to Hyannisport. I mean, I'm glad to be down here in Hyannis today, but I mean, come on. To name prominent New England playgrounds where modern presidents have gone to unwind, the closest competition for unlikeliest vacation spot is Crawford, Texas, a dusty, brush-generating ranchland where George W. Bush at least evoked the romance and rigor of the American West. Remember that? Cindy Sheehan would stay there all the time. He was white trash for going to Crawford, Texas. But now that they hate Donald Trump even worse than they hated George W. Bush, Crawford, Texas becomes this quaint outpost of the Old West. And Crawford, Texas is okay because Donald Trump goes to somewhere else. Here's the thing that I find rather classist, if not an ethnic slur. In selecting New Jersey, Trump will settle for the thwack of golf balls and the chirping of birds on his own golf course in a state that conjures spray tans, Snooki, muscle shirts, The Sopranos, traffic slowdowns, and toll plazas.
I can't even. It's so snobby. If I wrote something like that on our site, how would you be mad at me? You'd be like, Grace, this is awful.
Spray tans, Snooki, spray tans, that's just classless. Snooki, that's like sort of anti-Italian, right?
Yep.
Muscle Shirts, that's classist, maybe a bit Italian. The Sopranos. I love this, traffic slowdowns and toll plazas. Has anyone here at Cape Gun Works, has anyone here ever been in a traffic slowdown in Massachusetts? Has anybody here ever seen a toll plaza in Massachusetts? Are you kidding me?
Man, this column really should have come with a trigger warning, because you and Grace definitely sound like you've been triggered.
It reinforces all of my dislikes of the Boston Globe.
Same here.
Oh, and those endless concrete barriers on the interstate. Grace, we drove down this morning or this afternoon. How many concrete barriers do you figure we saw in the 70, 80 miles we drove?
I don't know, like 10 or 11?
Trump will even be able to hear the tractor trailers from his chosen venue, the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Oh, you can't hear tractor trailers from anywhere in Massachusetts? Why are so much of the roads around Boston, the interstate highways, tied up right now? Because they're building traffic barriers on there. 508 says traffic slowdowns are a rip against Governor Christie and the George Washington Bridge fiasco. I know, but the thing is, I mean, it's ridiculous though. It's the pot calling the kettle black. I mean, what part of the country, including the rural areas, doesn't have a lot of traffic jams? 844-500-4242. 781. This column shows Republican presidents care about the taxpayer and don't waste their money on expensive vacations, a la Obama going to Martha's Vineyard. 508 says, I'm in a traffic slowdown on 95 North right now. Well, you must be in New Jersey then. Because apparently we're a bucolic paradise up here. We're a wonderful place. Let's see. Thank the Lord he chose New Jersey, gushed John Alley, a Dukes County commissioner who lives on Martha's Vineyard. And of course, Barack Obama is coming to Martha's Vineyard today. And who else lives there? John Kerry now has a place on Martha's Vineyard, having sold out at Cape Cod. Not all of New Jersey is as charmless as the notorious Pulaski Skyway or the Meadowlands. Charmless? Just since they mentioned the Pulaski Skyway, how about the Linway? Would you call is the Linway charmless, or is it charming? Just to pick something at random. How about the Lowell Connector? Is the Lowell Connector charming? Huh? Yeah, I don't need to defend New Jersey, Democrat Cory Booker said. Oh, that's one of the guys who's going to be going. He's a black senator. Used to be the mayor of Newark, but he's going to be running for president. He's already been to New Hampshire once, which is one more time than Deval Patrick has been there. You know how you know he's running for president? Not only did he go to New Hampshire, he has filed a bill calling for the national legalization of marijuana. Oh, dude. I'm with that guy, what's his name? I know, I wrote it on my hand, I think, somewhere. I'm going to vote for that guy, Cory Booker.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. After just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders because we have stupid leaders, okay? You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it? So you know what? Give me a different term. Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay. No, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby. They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy. I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy. I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
Gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
The Subaru Summer All-Wheel Drive Away is going on now. Make the most of sweet summertime in a brand new all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza with the most passenger space in its class. The
Remember that infamous tarmac meeting between Obama AG Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton?
And then the capper was, and I'm not picking on the Attorney General, Loretta Lynch, who I like very much, but her meeting with President Clinton on that airplane was the capper for me.
After they were exposed, watchdogs asked James Comey's FBI for any internal emails about the Attorney General's meeting with the spouse of a woman who was under investigation. Comey's FBI said there were no emails. Guess what? Comey's FBI was lying.
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. Howie Carr. We love you, Howie.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
What were the FBI and the Department of Justice hiding? And an equally fascinating question, I believe, is why have all the documents that they've now released, all these hundreds of pages of emails back and forth about the infamous meeting on the tarmac in Phoenix, Arizona between Loretta Lynch, the AG, and Bill Clinton last year, why are the pages all redacted? I mean, I could have sworn that Donald Trump was the president of the United States and Jeff Sessions was the attorney general, and now this guy Wray is the director of the FBI. What is going on here? Why are they protecting a previous administration? I mean, this is total corruption. I can't say I'm surprised, though. You know, I mean, this is what happened in the FBI corruption in Boston. You know, I mean, the Bush Justice Department was trying to cover up for crimes that occurred when J. Edgar Hoover was the director of the FBI and Lyndon Baines Johnson was the president. Who were they protecting? I didn't get it then. And you know, this thing about lying. You know, about, we don't have any records. We'll get into all this stuff. We don't have it. They told these groups, we don't have any records of, some of the conservative groups said we want all the records on the tarmac meeting. And they said, we don't have any records.
A queasy feeling. That concern.
Yeah, queasy feeling. And I've told you this story before. When I saw that they had to account for all their time, you know, when I started reading all these FBI files, I realized, well, gee, there must be a file on me going back to 1975 when they were investigating me because I was getting information on the Black Panther Party in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And they told me, we don't have any record of you. We have no record of you. So then I asked Marty Meehan, the congressman at the time, I said, Marty, can you make a formal inquiry to the FBI to get my FBI file? And they sent him back the same response, that they had no file. And then later on, I found it on the FBI website when they released all the COINTELPRO counterintelligence program documents. So this is standard operating procedure for the FBI. It's just, you know, anybody who thinks the FBI is on the level. I mean, there are a lot of good agents and they do some good work. But I mean, the agency is as corrupt as any other branch of government, if not more so. You know, this is ridiculous. So let's go. And here's another thing. So in case you don't know what's been going on here, the FBI and the Department of Justice have said that they were asked, you know, what's going on here with these this investigation. I mean, did you really buy that Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton were only discussing their grandchildren, of which she doesn't have any, by the way, and he only had one at the time. Must have been kind of a one-sided conversation. Two people, one grandchild. I mean, how long can they talk about it? And their golf games. And, so somebody texts me, they were redacted by Sessions Justice Department, according to Judge Napolitano on Stuart Varney's show on Fox Business this morning. Again, what is it with these bureaucracies protecting other bureaucracies? I mean, it was insane for the Bush administration, this second Bush administration, to protect the Lyndon Johnson administration. It's even more insane, I think, for the Trump administration to protect an administration that was trying to kill it and is still using its deep state operatives to try to put the president of the United States in jail. And they would like to do the same thing to Jeff Sessions, by the way. And you know what? They're not operating under any illusions about whether or not this is a level playing field or whether the Federal Bureau of Investigation is on the level. They know it isn't. So why protect it? Drag them out into the open. like you or I would be dragged into the open. We would be unmasked in an instant if they could do it to us. 844-500-4242. What are the FBI and the DOJ hiding? That's the headline on the American Thinker. But so Friday afternoon, they release all these emails, these 400 plus pages of emails that they have on that they claimed previously didn't exist. They didn't exist. The American Center for Law and Justice, the ACLJ, filed suit, as did the other organization that we go with here, Judicial Watch. So they were told, here was their response from Comey's FBI. They asked for all the records on the tarmac meeting. No records responsive to your request were located. No records responsive to your request were located. Now it turns out there were 400 plus pages. Most of the pages were redacted, so we do not know what was said, which will require further lawsuits to obtain the truth. But the released documents show that the DOJ and the FBI were coordinating on how to handle news of the tarmac meeting. For example, the email chain said, FBI just called, indicates that FBI is looking for guidance in responding to media inquiries. And how about the fact, I've said this before, that the only way the tarmac meeting ever saw the light of day, that we know anything about it, is because a local reporter discovered it for the ABC affiliate in Phoenix. The national media, the White House press corps, the people who were baying and howling every day about this phony Russian scandal, they had no interest in covering this. I told you this. And now we have proof of that because they released the emails that these people sent, these reporters sent after the story broke. I mean, it's like they're angry almost at the Phoenix reporter for breaking the story because now they have to report something negative about Clinton and Obama. Okay, this is from, where is this? What is this here? This is from ABC. A guy named Mike Levine. Apparently, our affiliate in Phoenix is hearing that the AG met with Bill Clinton on a plane last night for close to an hour. They seem to think it's somehow connected to the Benghazi report released today. I'm not sure what the connection would be, but hoping I can provide them some guidance ASAP. Thanks. This is NPR, a reporter named Kerry Johnson. Are you saying any more about this beyond statements in Phoenix at press conference? This is the guy ambushed Loretta Lynch at the press conference that she was having. An awful appearance problem. Yeah, obstruction of justice is an appearance problem. Yeah, definitely.
It appears you murdered that guy. Well, it's just an appearance problem,
Okay, this is from the Washington Post. This is the smarmiest one of all. Hi, any chance one of you could give me a call for another, hopefully quick conversation on this AG Clinton meeting? My editors are still pretty interested in it. So obviously he's been trying to put the kibosh on it already. And they're going, hey, Matt, we know you're in the satchel, but, this is kind of outrageous. And, we can't put the genie back in the bottle. I'm sure the editors wanted to put the genie back in the bottle, too, but they understand the appearance. I'm hoping I can put it to rest by answering just a few more questions about how the meeting came about. Who
put it to rest? I love that. Have you ever written about a story just to put it to rest?
Yeah, I called the guy who's a candidate for a judgeship today. I wanted to put something to rest. Did you hear how long that took? Who approached who, and how did they realize that they were in the same place? It was just serendipity. How did they realize? Hey, look, there's the AG's plane. Shazam. I think I'm going to go ask her if she's got any grandchildren yet. I ain't going to ask her nothing about Hillary might be indicted. Sure enough, I wouldn't do that.
You can call us wrong, but don't call us weasels. We are not weasels.
Well, these reporters are definitely weasels. Okay, how about this one's from the New York Times, a guy named Mark Landler. I'm the White House correspondent at the NYT, and I've been pressed into service to write about the questions being raised by the Attorney General's meeting with Bill Clinton. This is a major story.
Every single one of these reporters is like not wanting to offend the Department of Justice.
This guy is apologetic. I mean, this is like this would be like Bob Woodward or Carl Bernstein saying, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ziegler. I've been pressed into service to write about this third-rate burglary at the Watergate. I mean, are you kidding me here? These emails are as disgraceful as the emails from the WikiLeaks last year. They really are. Could you let me know what DOJ and the AG have said specifically about this meeting and whether she believes it constitutes a conflict of interest, given the ongoing email investigation? I mean, he's coming to. They wrote a book once about the press being owned by the government. And they called it On Bended Knee. I mean, this is on bended knee. All of these emails are. This is disgraceful. All right, we're going to talk about this. The whole thing is pretty damn disgraceful, actually. And again, why is Jeff Sessions? I'm disappointed in his Justice Department. I'm disappointed in the new FBI director. I'm disappointed in Donald Trump. Why don't they release all these documents so we can see whether there is an appearance of impropriety? As one of those knee pad wearing common night walkers said. 844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
Howie here. I received a ton of compliments on my picture with the president in the Oval Office. After seeing the tweet, a longtime listener wrote me to say her husband saw the picture and said, Howie looks great. It's time for me to make an appointment with DiStefano Hair Restoration. Have you been thinking of calling DiStefano Hair Restoration for a while? Why wait? After my DiStefano hair restoration procedure, my receding hairline is gone and I have a full head of real hair. No comb over, no hairpiece. They use your real hair to fix your bald spots or receding hairline, so it looks natural. If you have been putting off calling DiStefano Hair Restoration, call now at 800-858-HAIR. That's 800-858-HAIR or visit hairman.com. That's hairman.com. Look in the mirror. Is that how you looked 20 years ago? You can have a full head of hair again. Call DiStefano Hair Restoration at 800-858-HAIR or visit hairman.com.
Welders and fabricators, if you're buying your acetylene from anyone besides Main Oxy, listen to this. With your acetylene, you can't run out and you want your cost low. Well, at Main Oxy, we make our own acetylene, so there's virtually never a time where we can't fill your order. And because we make our own, we're paying no middleman, so we pass the savings on to our customers, which could be you. Call us today and find out why more and more New Englanders buy their acetylene from Main Oxy.
For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Main Oxy. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming from all over the world, including the Middle East. Why not? Come on in. We're stupid, we'll take care of you, we'll pay. Get sick, we'll take care of your hospitalization. What kind of a plan do you want? Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said it's illegal. The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child. We have very stupid people in our country negotiating for us, and we have leaders that don't know what they're doing. And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there. Quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to naturesyouth.com. That's naturesyouth.com. naturesyouth.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website. GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the reports? What are the results thus far?
Should reporters be arrested for refusing to reveal sources?
Yeah, you know what? I don't have a problem with that anymore. I used to have a problem with that.
When Obama was in the White House, you had a problem with it?
I have a problem with the way these people are acting. I mean, they are just, I think, on the verge of jeopardizing national security. I must say that, I probably have violated some statutes over the years in regards to, getting classified information. But
should Howie Carr be arrested is a different story. We'd have no, like 99% yes on that one.
No, I shouldn't be. Present company excluded, of course. But yeah, I'm in favor of crack down on them too, just like you're cracking down on the people from the deep state, because these reporters are the deep state too. I mean, look at that. This is disgraceful what's going. But I mean, it's a slightly different story. But it shows how they don't want to cover a real story, but they want to cover a fake news story, which is Russia collusion. So yeah, I'd say go ahead, arrest them.
42% say yes.
58% say no, don't arrest them? Okay.
Yeah, 58% are in favor of journalism.
That'll change over the course of the afternoon. 781 says that email from the guy at the Times or the Washington Post is hilarious. I told Steve, put them all on one, in one thread, and then we'll tweet it out. There are like 4 or 5 of them. So we'll take some calls. 844-500-4242. Ace, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Ace.
Hey, Howie, love the show.
Thank you.
I think this whole Russia is not just designed to unseat Trump, but to keep Hillary out of jail. If Hillary goes to jail, or any of her cohorts go to jail, the threat is going to unravel, and it's going to be catastrophic. So, tit for tat. You don't impeach Trump, we don't put Hillary in jail. I think it's a trade-off.
The thing is, they keep saying, well, we don't, we live in a democracy and we've never prosecuted the loser in a presidential election. Well, I don't think you've ever had a loser in a presidential election who was as big a criminal as Hillary Clinton, right?
She's a crook. Yeah, she's a crook. And
I mean, just pick anything. Erasing all the emails, that was a crime. The uranium deal with Russia and the pay to play and the hundreds of millions of dollars going into the Clinton Foundation. I mean, that was a crime. I mean, going back to 1994, they wanted to, they said that she could be indicted just for the Whitewater scandal, and probably also for Hillary Care. When they violated all the open meetings laws, but they knew they couldn't convict her. So that's why she was never indicted before. This woman is a career criminal.
Well, with the longer Mueller keeps this going, the longer she stays out of jail.
Right, and yeah.
Why aren't they prosecuting the obvious stuff that she's done?
Well, and
could do that.
Ace, you raise a good point too, because the longer this goes on, the clock is ticking on the statute of limitations.
That's what I think.
This isn't a murder case. There's no statute of limitations on murder, but there is on everything else. So they just got to run the clock out. That's what they want to do.
I think.
Thanks for the call, Ace. Barbara, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hi, Howie. There's so many things. Now, I don't know if you heard that the Tarmac meeting was listened to by the pilot in the plane. Did you hear about that?
No, I hadn't.
Read the pilot was there, and he knows what happened.
And when did he die? I'm just joking.
Me?
I said, when did the pilot die?
He's dead now.
No, you're kidding.
I'm serious. I don't know if it's true or not, so maybe look into
yeah,
that.
I'll check it out. Somebody asked me, a texter asked, has the local reporter in Phoenix, is he still breathing? I tell you one thing, if I were the reporter in Phoenix and I wanted to move up to a network, although I don't know why the hell you'd want to move up to a network these days, he'll never. He should better not put this on his highlight reel to send to a network, because this is not going to stand him in good stead with the networks. The fact that he busted the Clinton crime family in one of their biggest grifts ever,
The story about the pilot is fake news, by the way.
Oh, it is fake news? Okay.
His picture in the story at americaslastlineofdefense.com is a stock photo. But it's intriguing, It's just too easy to make fake news about the Clintons.
Barbara, we understand why they would try to throw that out there as fake news, right? We do understand, given the track record of people who've crossed the Clintons. Thanks for the call, Barbara. Dave, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Dave.
Thanks, Howie. I was going to say at first that your intro today was the best I've heard in a long time. I used to always want to hear your sound bites in the beginning, and you changed the format. Today got me going really good.
Oh, thank you.
But
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
But then your first caller gave you a run for your money. Ace there. But I'm a long-standing member of the ACLJ and the Judicial Watch, and maybe while they're at it, they could get the emails from the FBI of why they stalled those half a dozen reports about the 9/11 hijackers.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. One thing, the Judicial Watch just came out. They got another batch of emails about Hillary. I'll tell you about them when we come back on the other side. It involves, where do you think Hillary wanted to visit? I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place. It just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really?
Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. No, he is. I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue. And then the next day, he'll be called by special interests that supported him, his lobbyists who push him around like a piece of candy. We have heads being chopped off because they're Christian in the Middle East. We have borders where people are being killed all over. The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal. Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrShow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
There's so much good stuff in these emails. Someone just pointed out you're missing the best stuff here. I was planning to get around to it in a little bit. Another good part of all these emails that have just been released is that Loretta Lynch had had an alias. They all had aliases. You know, the trash man wants to tell you what Loretta Lynch's alias was, and it was Elizabeth Carlisle.
So, a quick question for Inspector Carr. Why would you use an alias if you're running the Department of Justice?
I do not know the answer to this question, this is the inquiring minds want to know, and here's the thing that makes this one interesting, because Loretta Lynch has been under oath. She's been testifying under pains and penalties of perjury about some of these matters, one of which was, listen to what Trey Gowdy, the congressman from South Carolina, asked Loretta Lynch, a.k.a. Elizabeth Carlisle.
And do you ever email, send or receive classified information on personal email?
I do not.
What's with Elizabeth Carlisle? Isn't that sort of a personal I mean, why do you need multiple email addresses as the AG?
That's the account for her yoga plans, Howie,
and her wedding plans for her daughter. I wonder if she has a daughter. But she could still have wedding plans for her daughter. I mean, she and Bill Clinton discussed their grandchildren, even though she doesn't have any grandchildren yet. So, I mean, who's to say? But again, my favorite part of this whole thing about the new emails that have come out that Judicial Watch just got was that on April 18th, 2009, Uma Abedin, who by the way was at a wedding over the weekend with Hillary and Bill and one of the Trump daughters.
Wait, Weiner stayed home?
Weiner is apparently a pariah. This is not a shocking development, but it's a funny story on page 6 today. Apparently, he goes down to the gym in his building, and he's a total pariah, and so that he doesn't want to get snubbed every time, and so he just puts the buds in his ears whenever he goes down to the gym, so that he can pretend that well, I'm occupied otherwise. So if I didn't have the buds in my ears, my neighbors would be talking to me, although of course they wouldn't. But this is a short-term problem because he's going to be sentenced on September the 8th, and he'll be gone for a good long stretch.
There'll be plenty of friends for him in the inside.
He'll be gone for at least a year. The feds are asking for 21 to 27 months. It's Christmas time. Usually everybody comes home around the holidays. Where is he? Where's Carlos this Christmas? Oh, no. He's in Butner? Yeah.
This is Anthony Weiner calling. Yes.
Oh, let's see. Notice 978 says, notice how the emphasis was on the word I when Loretta Lynch said, I do not. That sounded quite suspicious to me. This is, everything, when you go back and you listen to these things, that's why it's nice to have the public hearings. That's why I'd like to have Christopher Steele out there and, let him deny it under oath, or let him say, I take the Fifth Amendment when they ask him who paid for the dodgy dossier. I still want to see him out there sweating. Anyway, okay, back to this. Again, there's so many angles to this. I'm just going all over the place. The documents that Judicial Watch got last week. On April 18th, 2009, Abedin told senior advisor Philippe Raines. By the way, why isn't his name Philip? Why does he spell it the French way? This is like Governor DuPont, Pete DuPont, Pierre DuPont.
Ask his parents.
Philippe Raines, that Clinton, Phillippe, that Clinton had an encounter with Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chavez, who complimented Bill Clinton.
I like the way your president there handled those interns.
Those people in Waco, they get out of line. You take care of them. That's the way we take care of them in Venezuela. And even after I'm dead, that's the way we'll be taking care of them.
I'm really interested to know what Chavez's compliment of Bill Clinton was.
He said he hoped that she would come to Venezuela. She said she hoped so, too. Bring your own toilet paper, Madam Secretary. She wanted to go to Venezuela. Raines expressed concern, saying, was the encounter on camera or widely seen? Abedin responds, seen by a dozen people. A photog came in and took a photo at the end. Raines replies, who went up to whom? Oh, I'd like to have that photograph. Okay, then now here's another one. This is from earlier in 2009, February 6th. Veteran diplomat Wendy Sherman sent a message to state officials advising them to send a message to Korean dictator Kim Jong-il, who is now dead, but that's the father of the little tubby turd that runs the place now. That Hillary Clinton, quote, looks forward to the days when enough progress is made so that she can come to NK as well.
Ha, 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 ha.
Do you think? Did she want to? Wait a second. Did she want to go to Venezuela or North Korea more?
Well, I can understand Venezuela. They had money to give to the Clinton Foundation. What the hell is North Korea going to give to the Clinton Foundation?
I mean, think of all the crappy countries in the world, and I would have to say that even the Muslim country, the worst of the Muslim countries, I don't think they're as bad right now as Venezuela or North Korea. These are the two worst. These could be the two worst countries in the world, and Hillary Clinton wanted to visit them.
I think even John Kerry would look at that. She wanted to go to North Korea? That's moronic.
And Venezuela, I'm sorry, Venezuela, even before the oil prices collapsed and, Hugo Chavez assumed the room temperature and, the country is totally fallen apart, it was not a good country in 2009 either. It was a Marxist tin-horn dictatorship. You had the Cubans were running the secret police for Venezuela. It was a bad place even then. But this is where Hillary Clinton wanted to go. I mean, but again, think about it. She wanted to do something about the Heller decision on the Supreme Court, the Second Amendment, and she wanted to do something about Citizens United, which protected the First Amendment. So she kind of has a Kim Jong Il-un and a Hugo Chavez feeling about personal freedoms. I mean, there's no doubt about it, is there?
Howie 617 says Chavez and Bill both loved a good aromatic cigar.
And both of them became multi-millionaires. I don't think the Clintons have ever made $1 billion like the Chavez and his family did, but they made like 250-300 million.
And this is especially interesting considering the flurry of stories you've seen about Rex Tillerson. 7 months in, his tenure in Foggy Bottom is a complete failure. It's a human rights disaster. But nothing written about Hillary Clinton or John Kerry 7 months into their posts.
Right. I wonder if Rex Tillerson has expressed any interest in going to North Korea or Venezuela.
Well, he is an oil guy.
I mean, can you imagine if it came out? Rex Tillerson wants to visit the two worst dictatorships in the world, and this is buried in the story. I mean, even in this is from a right-wing newspaper, but I guess there's so much other crap that's coming out that this is just like a sidebar. Brian, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Brian.
Howie, the idea that this was a chance meeting is such a farce. It's unbelievable.
Right.
Both of these people travel with such security, and every move is planned, if not days in advance, certainly, hours, 12, 15 hours or more in advance. And all the people involved to bring these two together, this was completely arranged long before they.
Oh, absolutely.
Planes landed at Sky Harbor.
Yeah, and then when they say, well, they just noticed that they're on the plane. I mean, you've seen planes passing by you when you're taking off from somewhere, right? I mean, did you ever know? Hey, there's my neighbor on that plane. Hey, pilot, can you stop the plane? Stop, please. I want to go across the tarmac. It's ridiculous.
They're clearing airspace. They're holding up other planes. When either one of these come in by themselves, let alone both of them. The rumor was it was a security nightmare because these guys are like, no, they really don't want to get together, do they? I mean, it was a lot of work just to keep these two secure.
Clinton doesn't give a bleep about anybody else's convenience. Remember when they stopped traffic at LAX back when he was president so he could get a haircut? Remember that?
Yeah, I real quick, I got a friend that he flew Marine One. He said Clinton used to get in like he was getting into a cab. He said if they were supposed to leave at 3 o'clock, he said if Clinton was there by 5:30, that was good. He said the one thing he could say about W was if they were leaving at 3 o'clock at 2:59:59, he was stepping onto that helicopter.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Brian.
Howie, there's a lot of people on the text line suggesting Hillary wanted to go to North Korea to find pantsuits.
Did you see that hot-looking babe delivering the news that North Korea was going to nuke us today? Did you see that? It's on Drudge.
I thought that was a guy.
Is that picture still up there? I couldn't believe they had a woman anchor, and then I looked at her. Oh my God, she looks like a clone of Kim Jong Un, doesn't she?
Be nice. She's been surviving on like 1 grain of rice a day for her entire life. Yeah, kind of stunts your growth.
Yeah, it's tough to have that kind of full figure on a North Korean diet. You're right about that. We'll take more calls in just a moment. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
Do you need new t-shirts for your sports team? Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom t-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the t-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
This is the Real Deal Report with Jeff Deal, who led the successful grassroots effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes.
I'm Jeff Deal, candidate for United States Senate. Illegal immigration is not only a public safety problem, but it's also costly for hardworking taxpayers. The Commonwealth spends an estimated $1.8 billion per year on taxpayer-funded benefits. Allowing sanctuary cities and failing to secure our borders will add to that burden. Senator Elizabeth Warren doesn't side with us. She doesn't deserve another 6 years. It's time for a new senator who will secure our borders, support the wall, and stand up for the taxpayers.
Help Jeff Deal defeat Elizabeth Warren. Go to dealforsenate.com. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
Hey, where you going? Where you going? We're going to Arnold's Clam Bar.
It's been named one of the all-time best seafood dives ever by Coastal Living magazine. While TripAdvisor, The Phantom Gourmet, and Rachel Ray all agree Arnold's is a must-visit when on Cape Cod. Arnold's boasts a full bar, a raw bar, and even a sandbar out on the mini golf course. Open daily at 11:30, it's Arnold's Lobster and Clam Bar on Route 6 in Eastham and at arnoldsrestaurant.com.
Cape Gunworks is family friendly. Need a break from the beach and miniature golf? Head to Cape Gunworks with the family. Special packages are available and all kids aged 10 and over are welcome to shoot at Cape Gunworks. Father and son, mom and dad, or even father and daughter like I've done. Cape Gunworks is a great time. The sun is great, but take a break and head to Cape Gunworks. Don't forget ladies' nights on Thursday and date night on Fridays. Cape Gunworks at 96 Airport Road, Hyannis. CapeGunworks.com.
As many of you know, we here at Matthews Brothers are hell-bent on tripling our Facebook followers by Labor Day, and we're giving you the chance to win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the Fish and Vessel Hard merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano in order to accomplish that. Well, sir, I'm pleased to report that at the halfway point, we now have 1,216 followers. Strangely enough, only 1,184 of them like us. Now, we're not exactly sure what the story is with these 32 unsociable friends, but if nothing else, it does prove that people will follow you, even if they don't like you all that much. Something politicians have counted on since the age of the Sumerians. It also proves that there's a small percentage of the population who will do just about anything in order to win a fishing trip with good old Captain Dave, even if it means being friends with a window company of all things. But thankfully, there's an even larger percentage that have liked, shared, commented, posted, and generally pinged their little hearts out about Matthews Brothers, and in the process have learned a little bit about us. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. You can learn more about our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Eight 844-500-4242. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by the Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. He is the absolute best in the business. Both Grace and I use the Car Guys, and recently my daughter Charlotte got a car from the Car Guys. We are all happy we did. Call 800-300-4600. That's 800-300-4600. 253 says, did Elizabeth Carlisle email Bill Clinton about being in Phoenix? Now there is a very good question, and let's pass that on to Tom Fitton at Judicial Watch. We should get all of Elizabeth Carlisle's emails. That's the nom de plume or nom de guerre, or whatever you want to call it, of Loretta Lynch. She had a fake email, just like the EPA administrator had a fake email, had a second email address, and Hillary Clinton had multiple email addresses, I believe. Bob, you're next with Howie Carr in the General Communications Lister line. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, Howie.
Hi.
The best return on my investment ever, Judicial Watch. They found Hillary Clinton's private server. They found that President Obama, using an alias, was using that server. I'm shocked that Mrs. Lynch has an alias as well. They all did this to totally undermine the Freedom of Information Act and avoid the Federal Records Act, a secret government. Excuse me? I smell collusion here.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I want to learn more about this, and I don't. Trump ought to call up Sessions and say, look, Jeff, I love you again now, but release all this stuff. Release everything.
We need a special counsel.
You know what? You're right, Bob.
We need a special counsel.
We need a couple of special counsels. We need a special counsel on the tarmac. We need a special counsel on the 33,000 missing emails. We need a special counsel on the Clinton Foundation pay to play. That's the biggest one of all. I mean, that makes the mafia look like sandbox soldiers, that's hundreds of millions of dollars from foreign governments. Foreign governments who hate women, who hate homosexuals, who hate Christians.
Those Russians, Howie.
Yeah, let's keep our eye on the ball. Vladimir Putin, he's a bad man. Thanks for the call, Bob. He is a bad man, but come on.
Did you see the pictures of him that came out over the weekend?
Oh yeah, on his vacation.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So Putin and Trump are on vacation together. Is Putin going to come over to that nasty hellhole, New Jersey? Oh, man. Will you look up Annie Linsky, by the way? Some people have been texting and saying that Annie Linsky is all over the WikiLeaks. She's one of the people who wrote that crap about New Jersey in the Boston Globe last week. I don't know if there were a bunch of Globe types that were involved with WikiLeaks and sucking up to the Hillary Clinton campaign. I don't recall her name. The other guy, the other one that wrote the story, is another UNC alum. I'm so tired of having to point that out in full disclosure. Yes, Kevin, you're next with Howie Carr in the General Communications Listener line. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hey, Howie. The real story here is the Democratic corruption. We've known about that forever. The real story to me is the complete stand down by the Republicans. I mean, they all leave for the summer, and they haven't talked to Susan Rice, they haven't talked to Loretta Lynch, they haven't done anything, and the only thing I can think of is that there's just a giant blackmail cloud hanging over them, and they don't have any interest in getting to the truth. And you know what else tells me that we're never going to get to the truth, or never going to get to prosecutions on any of this?
What?
Rod Rosenstein and Chris Wray, the new FBI director.
Yeah.
They both got Senate confirmation with 90-plus votes. Now, do you think they would have gotten 40 Democratic votes if they didn't think they were going to bury all this stuff?
Yeah, I know. That's a very good point, Kevin. Very good point. You know, Rosenstein said that Mueller would have to come to him if he wanted to expand the investigation. But again, those are empty words. I heard him and I thought he's full of it.
Well, it sounds like he already did go. It sounds like he already did go to him. It sounds like Mueller's moved on from Russia and he's looking at old real estate deals.
Yeah.
This is it's so obvious, and it's just so pathetic how the Republicans got outplayed here, And they get Sessions to recuse himself, then they get their guy in there, and now they have an FBI director that they're.
I don't trust Rosenstein. I don't trust Rosenstein as far as I can throw him. I mean, again, and I hate to say, because he went to Harvard Law School, but I mean, that's the way I feel about it. I mean, I know Ted Cruz went to Harvard Law School, but it's a snake pit of moonbats, basically.
I'd like to know why they didn't let Jeff Sessions pick his own deputy AG. This guy came out of nowhere. According to something I saw the other day, he was a referral from Elijah Cummings from Baltimore.
Are you kidding me? Elijah Cummings? He was one of the people that was trying to protect Clinton in all these scandals on the government regs or government oversight committee. Oh my! I hadn't heard that. That's very distressing if it's true. We'll be right back and we'll talk about Google. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish you'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some.
There's controversy in Silicon Valley. An anonymous Google employee has written a brilliant manifesto against affirmative action and diversity quotas. And the beautiful people are losing their minds. We'll break it down next on The Howie Carr Show.
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie. Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie
Carr. We love you, Howie. Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
844-500-4242. Welcome to the Howie Carr Show, and you probably heard something about this Google email that went out, and now they're squealing like stuck pigs in Silicon Valley. This guy, and they're making it out that it's just about sexism, but the whole thing is more or less about the need for having a meritocracy rather than a bean counting. That's if you read the whole thing, that's what it's about. I mean, they've just decided to make it sound like this guy is some kind of a misogynist for saying that women are different than men, and that's why there are more men working at Google than there are women. But that's not all it is. I mean, he kind of is this engineer who's still remains anonymous. He has kind of ventured into very dangerous territory here in this PC era, and that's Larry Summers territory. Remember Larry Summers, the president of Harvard? I mean, this guy had all kinds of degrees, and he was a card-carrying member of the liberal, politically correct establishment. But he made the mistake of saying that perhaps there were biological reasons, or pretty much that, he said, for having fewer women in mathematics than men. And it didn't take long for Harvard to run him out of Cambridge on a rail, and that was the end of him. And I would hate to be this guy today after the reaction that they're getting. But anyway, they're calling it an anti-diversity screed, and they're calling it sexist. But there's a story here in the Federalist. It says, in reality, the problem is that a senior software engineer, perhaps unwittingly, admitted to pondering three of the most scandalous thought crimes of contemporary American society. The first was to propose that a meritocracy might be healthier for a company than bean counting race, ethnicity, and sex. The second is pointing out that ideological diversity matters. He actually goes so far as to say, doesn't ideological diversity count for anything? And he talks about the pernicious effects of having one political point of view is tolerated, and it is. The third and most grievous of all the wrong things is suggesting that men and women are, in general, physiologically and psychologically different from one another, and that they thus tend to excel at different things. So he says, treat people as individuals, not as just another member of their group. Yeah, and as the Federalist says, this brand of American egalitarianism and idealism is now frowned upon in large segments of society and at certain companies. The unnamed engineer's contentions about the bias at Google is a near-perfect summation of the dangers manifested in all closed-minded institutions, including most of the news media and many universities. He argues that these monocultures, meaning everybody's got to think the same, foster unhealthy environments where people can no longer honestly debate important topics. Finally and most destructively, he says, these bubbles then promote extreme and authoritarian elements. It's true, isn't it? By the way, if you want to get on the chump line today, 844-500-4242, good day to get on the chump line. But you know what I found ironic is that they're enforcing this kind of groupthink at Google, and the more they deny it, the more it becomes clear that there is a groupthink at Google. And the irony is that one of the founders of Google is a guy named Sergey Brin. He's now worth $45 billion. And he was born in Moscow in 1973. And the reason his parents left Moscow, left the Soviet Union, is because of the fact that it was a totalitarian dictatorship, and that they were Jewish and they couldn't advance because they were of one group. And so now you have this situation in Silicon Valley where Sergey Brin's company, wildly successful as it is, he's one of the two co-founders, is trying to enforce a style of corporate governance that isn't that different from the Soviet Union's. And his family, he was born there. He and his family fled the Soviet Union to escape the kind of groupthink that he's now enforcing under the guise of celebrating diversity and political correctness. It says here's what he said. The engineer who wrote this, he said, I've gotten many personal messages from fellow Googlers expressing their gratitude for bringing up these very important issues with which they agree with, but would never have the courage to say or defend because of our shaming culture and the possibility of being fired. In other words, there's a gulag in Silicon Valley. You will be
the Google lag.
Yeah, it's a Google lag. Good line, Steve. The Google lag. You'll be expelled to the Google lag if you step out of line.
Another ironic take is that the chief of vice president of diversity or whatever wants to pretend like there's no difference between men and women, but their entire ad structure is based on differences between men and women. Like Grace sees different ads when she goes to Google supported websites than you or I do, because they make money on sex differences.
Right. It's like those T-shirts that they're selling online that say there are not two genders, and then it says, how do you want to order this, male or female? Right. By the way, Google said in its annual diversity report in June, I love that word, diversity, that 31% of its employees are women, unchanged from a year previous. The percentage of black employees was also unchanged at 2%. 2%? Why, that's shocking. The percentage of blacks in America is like 11%. It's probably around 10% in California. They must be a racist company, huh? The number of Hispanic workers increased by 1 percentage point to 4%. Most Google workers remain white and Asian men. Many tech companies have admitted a majority of their employees are white or Asian men, particularly in technical or leadership roles. So this is what the guy says. I'm simply stating that the distribution of preferences and abilities of men and women differ in part due to biological causes, and that these differences may explain why we don't see equal representation of women in tech and leadership.
You better watch your microaggressions, bro.
Hey, I'm just quoting this guy. I'm just quoting him. The harm of Google's biases. I like this part. I strongly believe in gender and racial diversity, and I think we should strive for more. However, to achieve more gender and race representation, Google has created several discriminatory practices. Now we're coming back to the lawsuits against Harvard and UNC and all the other colleges, and the fact that the DOJ is going to get involved in this. Same thing. Programs, mentoring, and classes only for people of a certain gender or race. A high priority queue and special treatment for diversity candidates. And this time he puts diversity in quotation marks. Hiring practices which effectively lower the bar for diversity candidates. by decreasing the false negative rate. You mean like lowering the bar at Harvard University? So if you're an Asian, to get into Harvard, you have to get on your SATs 450 points higher than if you're black, and 270 points higher than if you're Hispanic, and 140 points higher than if you're white. Is that lowering the bar? Hiring practices that effectively lower the bar. I repeat that. These practices are based on false assumptions generated by our biases, and it can actually increase race and gender tensions. Amen to that. Mr. X, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Mr. X.
Howie, great visit this weekend to the Cape. We enjoyed it.
Thank you. We had a great time. I love seeing everybody down there. And I was at Arnold's in East Ham yesterday, Arnold's Clam Bar. And you know who was there on Saturday, 24 hours before me? Rachel Maddow.
Oh.
If only I had run into Rachel Maddow, I would love to have gotten a picture with her.
What a great picture that would have been.
I know. Better luck next time for me. Okay, go ahead, Mr. X. Yes.
The thing about this posting by this Google guy is the biggest issue that the tech world has. I work out there a lot. Just imagine trying to get into Google onto their campus and the background stuff that you have to go in for. Everything that they complain about, the social justice warriors, and they complain about middle America.
Yeah.
These people are even worse. You cannot get into that place unless you surrender everything. Identity, everything has to be known. This kid that wrote this is nailing it because the majority of women leaders in tech are from the humanities. They're not tech-oriented. Now, there's a bubble and there's encouragement. Any company with a bottom line desire has to make money, and you just can't be nice. Two quick examples, and I'll hang up. Marissa Mayer destroyed Yahoo,
and she
gone. Couldn't lead a horse to water.
She's gone now. She just got fired. Yeah,
right. 500 million emails compromised, and she didn't say a word. If you had done that, I had done that, I get fired and probably go to jail. The Theranos company is a blood testing company, a complete lie and fabrication. Elizabeth Holmes with Vanity Fair, New York Times article, she is a complete fraud. And lied about it, and you don't hear about this.
Yeah, I don't.
If a guy did that,
I don't even know about that.
Theranos?
You know, no.
Oh yeah, that's a particularly egregious example. She was supposed to be like the female Steve Jobs. She'd wear these black turtlenecks and she'd do TED Talks, and it was just nonsense coming out of her mouth. But she was just like a con artist basically, and she had DNA test kits that were supposed to be very advanced. Whole company collapsed. So, I mean, it's still around, but its share value just.
And they brought her in. She was like the hired gun. She was going to be she got him some nice write-ups. If Mr. X is right in Vanity Fair and
she was
the
female Steve Jobs. That's what they were calling her.
Oh my God! You just wear a turtleneck, and that makes up for the fact that you don't know bleep from Shinola.
Maybe we're gonna have to get you a black turtleneck for tomorrow's show.
That's right. I'll be glad if I can. If I can make $10 million a year, I'll be glad to wear a black turtleneck. It's not. I don't like turtlenecks, but I'm willing to pay the price.
You'll suffer through it. You'll power through it.
I'll pay the price. Yes. Okay. We'll take more calls in a moment. We're talking about the Google email. 844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
As you may have heard, this summer while we're busy supplying New England with our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, we here at Matthews Brothers are also giving away 10 wicked awesome fishing trips with the one and only Captain Dave Marciano aboard the functional yet stylish fishing vessel Hard Merchandise. And all you have to do to qualify is follow us on Facebook. Well, Mr. Man, thanks to Captain Dave, we're now friends with people from exotic, faraway places with strange-sounding names like Uzbekistan, Morocco, and Midlothian, Virginia. We don't like to brag, but one of our new friends is a Nigerian prince who's about to send us a large sum of money after we send him just one more deposit. And the single thing that bonds us all together is our undying passion for good old Matthews Brothers and the 163-year-old tradition of providing not only wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but more importantly, our trademark wow customer service. Seriously, it's actually trademarked. You can learn more than you ever thought you'd want to know about windows and everything Matthews, including how you can win one of 10 trips with America's favorite captain, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
The American healthcare system is in ruins.
The price of Obamacare plans, the average premiums are expected to rise by 25% next year.
The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner exposes the ugly truths behind how the healthcare system is being destroyed and reveals that Obamacare is only part of the problem. The Art of American Healthcare will teach you how to navigate and disrupt the system so that you, the patient, can finally get the healthcare you deserve. The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner. Available on Amazon.com and at fine bookstores everywhere. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten.
As you may have heard, this summer while we're busy supplying New England with our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, we here at Matthews Brothers are also giving away 10 wicked awesome fishing trips with the one and only Captain Dave Marciano aboard the functional yet stylish fishing vessel Hard Merchandise. And all you have to do to qualify is follow us on Facebook. Well, Mr. Man, thanks to Captain Dave, we're now friends with people from exotic, faraway places with strange-sounding names like Uzbekistan, Morocco, and Midlothian, Virginia. We don't like to brag, but one of our new friends is a Nigerian prince who's about to send us a large sum of money after we send him just one more deposit. And the single thing that bonds us all together is our undying passion for good old Matthews Brothers and the 163-year-old tradition of providing not only wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but more importantly, our trademark wow customer service. Seriously, it's actually trademark. You can learn more than you ever thought you'd want to know about windows and everything Matthews, including how you can win one of 10 trips with America's favorite captain, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
America great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Want more Howie Carr? Listen 24/7 online at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Should reporters be arrested for refusing to reveal sources?
Yeah, if you're going to arrest the leakers, yeah, why not arrest the people that are being leaked too? Yes. I don't know what's that noise?
It's the music bumper.
The music bumper? I didn't know we had a music bumper for the poll question.
48% say no. So it's
48%. Okay.
You've convinced people that arresting journalists is good.
Good. I support diversity in arrests. We should arrest, if we're going to arrest right-wingers, let's arrest Left-wingers, too. I'm with the Google engineer. Stop alienating conservatives. Viewpoint diversity is arguably the most important type of diversity, wrote this Google engineer who will very shortly, if he's not already unemployed.
Has CNN identified him yet?
And CNN couldn't identify its way out of a paper bag unless somebody handed it to him. There's a lot more snitching than sleuthing going on in the mainstream media inside the Beltway. Viewpoint diversity is arguably the most important type of diversity, and political orientation is one of the most fundamental and significant ways in which people view things differently. Alienating conservatives is both non-inclusive and generally bad business because conservatives tend to be higher in conscientiousness. In other words, conservatives work harder? Is that what he's saying? That partial sentence alone is a firing offense at Google, where the corporate motto, I'm just told on the text board, is do the right thing. My larger point is that we have an intolerance for ideas and evidence that don't fit a certain ideology. I'm not saying that we should restrict people to certain gender rules. I'm advocating for quite the opposite. Treat people as individuals, not just as another member of their group. Tribalism. And he also says, stop restricting programs and classes to certain genders or races. These discriminatory practices are both unfair and divisive. Instead, focus on some of the non-discriminatory practices I outlined. If they're so into diversity, why is only 2% of the workforce black? I repeat, why is only 2% of Google's workforce African American? Why is only 4% Hispanic? What are Hispanics now in California? Like 35% of the population? And they're only 4% of the Google workforce? Is that a problem? Why is that, Sergey? Or whatever your name is? Why is that, Mr. Schmidt? And how was that trip to North Korea that you made in 2011? Did you meet Kim Jong, whatever his name is? Did you have a roast dog for dinner? Why would a guy like Eric Schmidt, he's the CEO, he's like the guy that runs the corporate officer, worth a mere $12 billion as opposed to Sergey's $45 billion. Why the hell would he want to go to North Korea? What is it with these liberals wanting to? First was Hillary Clinton wanted to go to North Korea. This guy Eric Schmidt wanted to go to North Korea. Do they think there's a role for people like them in North Korea? Do they think that they have a better health care in North Korea? Just like all the libs think that Venezuela and Cuba have better health care than the U.S.? David, you're next with Howie Carr in the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, David.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. This person who anonymously wrote this, I guess, around 10-page essay about diversity and whatever, the excerpts that you read touched on some very important issues because this is just a part of a bigger problem in Silicon Valley. And he touched on the fact that only 2% African Americans are hired. Well, in 2010, there was an essay written by Harry Alford called Jim Crow in Silicon Valley is Exposed. And what this essay exposed is that these companies were hiring foreign workers on visas and counting them toward their diversity and EEOC quota reporting to the federal government because they get government contracts. Well, this is illegal. And Eric Schmidt and those top executives were never prosecuted for that. Furthermore, they weren't prosecuted.
That's because they gave millions of dollars to Hillary Clinton. That's why they weren't prosecuted.
Exactly. And it's even worse than that because Steve Jobs...
Pay to play. Go ahead.
Yeah, Steve Jobs and Eric Schmidt colluded with each other not to hire each other's employees in direct violation of Sherman antitrust. They could have been arrested and imprisoned, and they weren't even touched. So what this guy's talking about is the lack of hiring Americans while they bring in all these foreign workers, over 100,000 H-1Bs just in California.
Yeah. This is what Trump has been talking about, This is why Trump got so many votes in some of those formerly blue areas, because this is going on not just in Silicon Valley, but everywhere. Thanks for the call, David. We'll take more calls when we come back. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. how corrupt you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission. Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight, because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is... The truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
This is the Howie Carr Show. You've listened to him for years. Now watch him in HD. Click on the Howie Cam at HowieCarrshow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Joining us now on the newsline is Ann Coulter, the author of many New York Times bestsellers, including In Trump We Trust. So, Ann, you know, in Trump we trust, but how come they redacted all the FBI emails about the tarmac meeting between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch last year? I mean, there are no national security issues involved in here, just questions of obstruction of justice and rampant corruption. Why are those documents redacted?
Oh, it sounds like it's very much connected with national security. How can you doubt them, Howie Carr? Most interesting, I think this has gotten very little press, the Washington Examiner article. I don't know how they got them. They did some sort of request for them. And showing the New York Times and the Washington Post going out of its way not to report on the meeting with Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton, with the reporters from the Washington Post and the New York Times saying things like, well, my editor is making me do this, so just give me something so I can
I'd like to
get
shoot
it out
this
of
down.
the way.
I want to shoot this down very quickly. There'll be like, Bob Woodward going to Ben Bradley and saying, you think I'm going to cover this third-rate burglary at the Watergate? Are you kidding me?
Right, and then contacting Deep Throat and saying, just give me something to brush this under the rug. I've been assigned to do this. It's pretty funny.
Right, it is. And then the reporter from ABC News, like he's basically angry that this local yokel in Phoenix came up with this scoop. I mean, this is a major scoop, and he's PO'd that he has to follow it up, and embarrass his friends at the DNC and the DOJ. It's ridiculous. But again, Ann, though, why can't we get the whole the whole email chain? I'm used to seeing redacted stuff. When they're when it's Loretta Lynch trying to protect Eric Holder. I get that. I don't like it, but I get it. But why is Jeff Sessions' Justice Department redacting all this stuff to protect? Which it seems like it's protecting Loretta Lynch in the prior administration.
I have no idea, to be honest. I haven't looked at it. I'm taking your word for it. It could be. Who are the emails between Loretta Lynch and whom?
Well, it's between Loretta Lynch's office and like the FBI is saying, we got to know how to handle this. We're getting media inquiries, and so what do you want us to say and all this? And it's back and forth. You know the way those emails go in a government back and forth chain, and everything is redacted out. And the American Thinker has been saying, wouldn't you think that Donald Trump would want this to get this out as an example of the deep state?
Yes, it sounds like they're describing it as attorney. I mean, it would fall under attorney work product, attorney-client privilege, that sort of thing, and presumably they want to maintain that. I'd really rather have the media fixated on, not that I think anyone should be avoiding the flow of the law just because it's a Clinton, but how about this major change to immigration law that was introduced last week by the President of the United States, having run on it, and 2 United States senators having noticed the political earthquake last November, and that magnificent press conference with Trump speechwriter Stephen Miller, the man I want to be running the country. This is the first major change to immigration law that has been proposed in 50 years. It is what Trump ran on, and I wasn't watching a lot of media this weekend, but I kind of get the impression that the media has gone straight back to, we're going to pretend immigration policy doesn't exist. We will not discuss it. Let's just get back to Trump's tweets and the Mueller investigation, and we will not discuss ideas and policy, no matter how much you try to force us to.
Well, a Center for Immigration Studies report just came out, very recently. Amnesty is 6 times more expensive than deportation per illegal alien, report claims. I mean, and again, I think they're really lowballing it. It says to remove an illegal alien costs on average $10,854 compared to their average lifetime net fiscal drain of $65,292, which that's ridiculous. It's probably at least 10 times that. And, and it comes back to this thing, a cop once told me on the show, he said, I always like the fact that they say it's too expensive and impossible to get rid of 11 million or however many illegal aliens there are. But the same people who say that say, well, we can just round up 300 million firearms that Americans own. That won't be any problem at all to get those 300 million firearms. right?
Yes, that's right. Well, also, I mean, the Center for Immigration Studies is very honest and honorable, and I'm sure they're doing this in an honorable way. But how would anyone attempt to calculate the cost of illegal immigrants killing Kate Steinle? Do we get the cost of her funeral, the cost to her family, the cost of the many other crimes? He was the illegal alien who murdered her. All of his crimes for which he was deported already were the famous low-level drug crimes that are supposed to be nonviolent, and we're supposed to, throw all of those people out of the prisons. How about all the people addicted to drugs because of this illegal alien? The families destroyed by that. How do you even calculate the cost of that? But the immigration bill that was introduced, RAISE it's called, to raise the wages of Americans and get them working again, by Senators Cotton and Perdue, and specifically introduced by the President, it's all about legal immigration. I would suspect that most Americans have no idea that 2/3 of the 1 million legal immigrants we bring in every year, we have no choice about whether or not they can come in. It's not like we've looked them over and thought, oh, this will make a good addition to our country. No, they come in by right because they are some distant relation to another immigrant who generally got in because he was related to another immigrant. It's all this alleged family ties based on an idea of family that most Americans don't have. We think of family as our nuclear family. No, in the third world, it's third cousins and uncles and aunts, elderly parents who immediately go on welfare, and we have no say.
Right, and that's what I mean. $65,000 if you're on welfare. I mean, you use up $65,000 in probably 2 or 3 years. Listen, I'm gonna increase your blood pressure, and one of your favorite people, Marco Rubio. This is what he said today. I don't want to limit legal immigration. I certainly want to change the way we conduct it. Where I probably have a big difference of opinion with this bill that you're referring to, the Perdue Cotton bill, is that it sets an arbitrary cap on the number of people that are able to come through with a green card. I don't think there should be an arbitrary cap. That number should be driven by demand. That's like what the Kennedys were saying in 1965, Ann. They were saying, "Oh well, if we let in a few people from South Asia, probably by 1968, this was 65, there won't be anybody even applying to come into the country because there's only a few thousand that want to come into the country, right? I mean, is Marco Rubio insane? He's crazy.
The demand side, I mean, this is the position of the Chamber of Commerce, the Koch brothers, the employers. They do want more and more cheap workers coming in so they can pay their workers less and less and less. That was not the idea of the Winning Trump campaign. The idea of the Winning Trump campaign was to help all Americans, but particularly working-class Americans, Americans who used to have good-paying manufacturing jobs and now are stuck, in much lower wage service industries. Yeah, the employers, the supply in that sentence means whatever the employers want, not what the employees want.
And there's an unlimited demand for people from the third world to come into the country. I mean, that demand will never cease.
Right.
And by the way, did you see the story on Fox for Texas construction? Half the construction workers in Texas are illegal or were illegal. And so there's a quote from somebody since the Trump administration came in. We've seen direct construction costs climb by over 30%, and a lot of that is directly attributed to what builders are having to pay their subs and trades and wages because half of the illegals have disappeared.
Fantastic!
That's a feel-good story, isn't it, Ann?
That's a feel-good story. Yes.
Right.
Wages are going up for the Americans who need it the most, who have been left behind, who have been ignored by politicians and by the media. It really is the elites against the people. It's not conservative, liberal anymore. It is the people who want cheaper and cheaper maids and gardeners versus the ones who want their fellow Americans to have good jobs.
And those construction jobs, those aren't like the kind of jobs where you can be replaced by a robot. Bernie Sanders is running around the country. Let's have this livable $15 an hour wage, and McDonald's looks at yes, and they nod their heads, and they spend another $100 million on building robots. Right?
Right.
They're not
and that's what will happen with the whining farmers as well. Sorry to any of your whining farmers in the audience there, but I really kind of had it with them complaining about how expensive the strawberry picking machine is. Yeah, it's expensive if you're going to do it, out of the goodness of your heart, in order not to burden the rest of America with your cheap labor and the cost of their food stamps and housing aid and everything else. But if you can no longer get your cheap guest workers, then everybody growing strawberries is going to get the strawberry picking robot. And there are machines that can do most of this farm labor, that right now the path of least resistance for farmers is just to bring in all the cheap labor and offload the externalities on the taxpayer.
Ann Coulter, thanks for being with us. I'll let you say one more thing. Al Gore's movie came in a dismal 15th at the box office. It only did $900,000 in business on 180 screens, compared to in 2006, the first movie, it did $1.35 million on 77 screens. So apparently nobody wants this.
He's been warning us that it's going to be the end of the world if we don't act now. Act now. We have to do something by tomorrow. Since his book first came out, I think in 1994, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it did. I think New York is submerged. You can't get into Lower Manhattan. It's gone. I mean, there's nothing south of 42nd Street, right? Everything else is underwater now.
Excellent. I have beachfront property at last.
Ann Coulter, author of In Trump We Trust. Thanks for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
You own a small business. Now make it official with T-shirts for your staff. Do what I did. Call Tax Free Tees.
If you're looking for custom T-shirts and apparel, call the experts at Tax Free Tees. They print all the T-shirts for the Howie Carr store, and there's a reason why. Tax Free Tees has the fastest turnaround, and there are no setup or design fees. And Tax Free Tees has low minimums. You don't need to order 100 shirts. If you need custom T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or apparel of any kind, do what Howie did. Call Tax Free Tees or visit them online at dowhathowiedid.com. That's dowhathowiedid.com.
Dowhathowiedid.com. Dowhathowiedid.com.
This is the Real Deal Report with Jeff Deal, who led the successful grassroots effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes.
I'm Jeff Deal, candidate for United States Senate. Illegal immigration is not only a public safety problem, but it's also costly for hardworking taxpayers. The Commonwealth spends an estimated $1.8 billion per year on taxpayer-funded benefits. Allowing sanctuary cities and failing to secure our borders will add to that burden. Senator Elizabeth Warren doesn't side with us. She doesn't deserve another 6 years. It's time for a new senator who will secure our borders, support the wall, and stand up for the taxpayers.
Help Jeff Deal defeat Elizabeth Warren. Go to dealforsenate.com. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
When our military members enlist, they embark on a mission of protection and service to a nation and people they love. When returning home from that mission, things don't always go as planned. And at any given time, there are over 50,000 veterans homeless in America. The DV Farm in Gilsum, New Hampshire is giving some of these veterans a second chance at a new mission, integrating back into society. But the DV Farm receives no state or federal funding. It survives solely on your donations. Please support our nation's heroes by giving a tax-deductible donation at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org. One homeless veteran is too many. Let's complete this mission together.
Cape Gunworks is family friendly. Need a break from the beach and miniature golf? Head to Cape Gunworks with the family. Special packages are available, and all kids aged 10 and over are welcome to shoot at Cape Gunworks. Father and son, mom and dad, or even father and daughter like I've done. Cape Gunworks is a great time. The sun is great, but take a break and head to Cape Gunworks. Don't forget ladies' nights on Thursday and date night on Fridays. Cape Gunworks at 96 Airport Road, Hyannis. CapeGunworks.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. They had Marco Cohen.
Ever since we announced our contest where we're giving away 10 fishing trips with Captain Dave Marciano aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise, just for following us on Facebook, we here at Matthews Brothers have been hearing from people from all over the country. A large number of them have asked if they can stop by and take a tour of our factory, but want to know if we have electricity yet. Some are strangely curious about the availability of indoor plumbing, while others have asked if it's possible to drive here from the United States. Well, rest easy, Pilgrim. We'd be tickled pink to welcome you here and show you around the factory, especially since we no longer have to rely on coal gas lanterns and steam engines. After the tour, please visit our modern bathrooms, the majority of which now feature flush toilets. Best of all, since we're technically in the United States, you won't even need a passport. Boom! So this summer, while you're driving along with the kids in the back asking, are we there yet? Why not put them to work looking for Matthews Brothers trucks, Matthews Brothers dealers, and the big old Matthews Brothers bug proudly displayed on every window we ship. You can learn all the details, but only at Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
No maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Hi, this is Art from Plymouth, Mass.
This is Allison from St. Augustine, Florida.
This is Chuck in Freetown, Massachusetts, and this is the Howie Carr Show.
This show is brought to you in part today by Moricello Blackberry Cello Liqueur. Stop by any New Hampshire State liquor store for a bottle and visit blackcovebeverages.com for refreshing summertime drink recipes. We've been talking about the email that the Google software engineer sent out, basically saying that turning Google into diversity university, I guess it always has been, but it's just becoming more institutionalized now, was doing great harm to the company, that there was no intellectual diversity at Google, and that he basically came out against affirmative action. That's not the way they describe their policies at Google, but that's what it amounts to. And again, Harvard can just let in people who don't measure up in terms of ability or in terms of qualifications. But Google is a private business, even though it's extremely successful. I mean, it can't just totally let down its standards for quote unquote diversity, and so they're bending over backwards to be diverse. But they have to hire the people who can do the job, who tend to be judging by the workplace, judging by who's in the workforce, they tend to be male and they tend to be white or Asian, and there are 2% of the Google workforce is black, 4% is Asian, and only 31% Excuse me, 4% are Hispanic, right, and 31% are women. Jeff, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Howie. I just wonder too. Whenever you hear these diversity accusations, I guess you never hear like, well, how many women actually applied for the job, or how many black people are actually applying for the job, or how many Hispanics actually applied for the jobs. I mean, that'd be kind of good information. Maybe they would want to disclose some of that information. That's all I was wanting to ask.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sure that that's what Google is making that argument, and some of these some lawsuits have been filed against them. The Department of Labor has been coming after them under both the Obama and now the Trump administration, saying we need to know more about your hiring practices. And of course, I'm sure that Google, being the good liberals that they are, is resisting with as hard as they can to turn over any of their personnel information, and I'm sure they are disputing in all the legal filings and depositions that they have any kind of racist axe to grind, and that they're just trying to hire the most qualified people. Well, I mean. All companies could make that argument, but Google wouldn't tolerate it if somebody else did. Somebody, the Dewdrop Inn in Tupelo, Mississippi, would never be allowed to get away with something like that. Then they have this thing at Google called unconscious bias training. Unconscious sounds Orwellian, doesn't it? Unconscious bias. So you don't know that you're biased, but you're biased. So Google is going to make you go to Diversity University to correct your unconscious bias. So this guy, I'm sure this guy is speaking for a huge percentage of the Google workforce when he says, we haven't been able to measure any effect of our unconscious bias training, and it has the potential for overcorrecting or backlash, especially if made mandatory. The political bias of this presentation is clear from the factual inaccuracies in the examples shown. Spend more time on the many other types of biases besides stereotypes. Stereotypes are much more accurate and responsive to new information than the training suggests. So in other words, what about the biases against conservatives? That's what he's getting at here, and he keeps coming back to that. Is there a section of unconscious bias that deals with your bigotry against people who voted for Donald Trump or who wear a hat that says "Make America Great Again"? I wonder what happens to you if you go onto the Google quote unquote campus and wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat. Probably the same thing that happens to you if you go onto the Wellesley College campus wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat. You get called out, and the security comes and asks you what you're doing with that hat there, boy. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting tasting GMO-free nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you.
Sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751. Or go online to...
Is there any group more obnoxious than PETA? Always shaming us for liking cheeseburgers and barbecue and bacon.
Yum, yum, yum.
Now they're coming after cheese. But before we get to the chump line, we need to talk about Grace's Jessica Simpson moment today. Apparently not everyone here at the Howie Carr Radio Network knows where cheese comes from.
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. We love you, Howie.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
So, today, Steve tells Grace about this latest PETA crusade against cheese. And I'll let Steve tell the story because I wasn't here when this happened. I wish I had been here. It would have been greatly amusing, I think.
Well,
Steve.
so I was reading online that PETA is now saying it's sexist to eat cheese because only female cows produce cheese. And so I shared that fact with Grace, and she said, "Whoa, is that true?" And I was like, "Yeah, PETA's really doing that." And she was like, "No, but does cheese really only come from female cows?"
You really said that, Grace?
Okay, I'm not going to feel bad about this because it was an honest mistake. I was not
honest mistake.
I was not putting on an act.
An honest mistake is saying there's 3 bottles of water left in the refrigerator and there's 4.
So she actually Googles it. I couldn't. I thought she was putting on an act. I couldn't believe it, but she actually Googled it, and then she called her dad to confirm.
I just called my dad because I wanted to know that when I go on air today, and I knew you guys were going to roast me. I said, "Dad, should I be really embarrassed about this, or is it not that big of a deal?"
And what did he say?
He said you should probably be embarrassed about it.
Grace, I'm going to tell you something else. Do you know that eggs don't come from roosters? Were you aware of that?
Yes, because I saw that Seinfeld episode where Frank Costanza was trying to figure out who's having sex with the roosters.
So you didn't know that until you saw that episode on a rerun?
Yeah. TV can be very informative. I'm like Donald Trump. I watch a lot of TV. But can I just say that I'm not a vet? It's not my responsibility.
You're not a vet?
Howie's not a vet.
You need to go to veterinary school to know that bulls don't give milk.
Let's just work our way through this, Grace. How would you get cheese from a bull?
I wasn't thinking that cows were only girls. That's my problem. I was thinking that there was boy cows and girl cows, and I wasn't...
Don't forget transgender cows, or you'll be guilty of transphobia.
I wasn't discriminating. Plus, when you get buffalo wings, you always get it with bull cheese. Like blue cheese?
Let's see.
She's learned a lot from you, Howie, but I think the school of life still needs to teach her some more.
Okay, Grace, I got one more question for you here. One more pop quiz before we go to the chump line. Caviar.
Fish eggs.
Well, so what kind of fish produces caviar? I don't mean... I'll give you the sturgeon.
Flounder.
Sturgeon produces... But I'm talking about male or female.
Now I'm going to guess female, because apparently they're the only ones who are producing things.
Apparently. See, this is... Now
Allegedly.
Now you're ready to go to veterinary school. You've mastered the basics.
All right, Grace, go find us some bull cheese so we can have a snack during the next break.
Okay, let's have the chump line.
Hey, Rahm Emanuel, ZZ Top was right. Jesus left Chicago a long, long time ago.
Yeah, in case you didn't see it, the city of Chicago, Mayor Rahm Emanuel is going to sue the DOJ for threatening to cut off their federal funding for law enforcement because they're a sanctuary city. And the DOJ shot back last night. Well, Chicago has more murders than L.A. and New York combined, even though it's not nearly as large as those two largest cities in the U.S. And Rahm Emanuel is saying that doing away with sanctuary city status will make the city less safe than it already is.
Did Barry Soetoro know Elizabeth Carlisle?
What was that? What Lisa Jackson?
Richard Windsor.
Was that hers? Richard Windsor? Lisa Jackson, the EPA administrator, was Richard Windsor. Yeah, I'm sure they all had. Did Eric Holder have one too? I don't know. I'm sure he did. They all did.
Lovey, for years, Gentis Carr has been making sport of my pink bicycle. But now we see that, whilst at a shooting range, he wears purple earmuffs. Talk about a studio gangster.
Cape Gun Works gave me the purple ear guards, and I actually thought they were quite fashionable. The Chump Line is brought to you today by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like H.J. Bushka and Sons Lumber Company, a family-owned local source for quality building products, superior service, and competitive pricing, serving all of central Connecticut from our Naugatuck location. H.J. Bushka and Sons.
Howie, maybe Loretta Lynch was identifying as a grandmother that day.
Well, you know, if everybody else can identify as whatever they want to, you're right. I mean, that could be her fallback defense.
Howie, every time you mention your FBI file, you sound thrilled about having an FBI file. How about you read it to us verbatim so we can all be thrilled too?
Look it up. It's right there on the FBI file. Go under COINTELPRO, Winston-Salem.
I think we put it out on the website.
Yeah, I think we have put it out on the website.
There's nothing that juicy there.
No,
it's not like the Howie Carr dossier.
But it's the fact that they had a file and that they refused to tell me or the congressman that they had the file. That's what makes it work.
Howie, we all know what diversity really means. It means fewer white heterosexual men. And if you get rid of all of them, you'll have true diversity.
Yeah, they have a one of these blind message boards at Google where people can comment, obviously anonymously, about the memo, the Google memo. And one guy wrote, "We need more people standing up against the insanity. Otherwise, quote, diversity and inclusion, unquote, which is essentially a pipeline from women's and African studies into Google, will ruin the company." That guy's going to be fired too once they find the guy that wrote who wrote the original memo.
The message board's not going to be anonymous much longer.
Yeah.
There once was an AG named Lynch who helped out the Dems in the clinch. She served as a shill for nasty old Hill and prevented a federal pinch.
Oh, I like that. I was going to say he was going to come up with flinch. And when it came time to lie, she didn't flinch. But pinch is better. Very good.
Dossiers, Dr. Dossiers, thank you for those Dr. Dossiers.
What's Chris Steele got to hide, the guy that runs Fusion GPS? You know, why doesn't he want to step forward and talk about how he put that dossier together and who paid him for it? It seems like a simple enough question to answer.
Oh man, Howie, y'all got it all wrong about that there tarmac meeting. I mean, I was told that in that there other plane, it was the Energizer waiting for me.
That would be a more believable defense than Loretta Lynch saying that she identified as a grandmother that day. Then that would explain why Bill Clinton was bolting across the tarmac, or because he went to see her, right? He went into her plane.
She said she didn't want to kick him off the plane because it was really hot out on the tarmac, and he's had heart problems in the past, and he's kind of getting up there in years.
Yeah. Someone says before there was the Golden Showers dossier, the FBI had the Howie Carr Golden Corral dossier.
That's good.
I didn't come here to be made sport of, 603.
Howie, if they're going to arrest reporters, I guess you don't have to worry.
Well, I haven't had to worry lately. I've been getting my stuff legitimately, or I should say legally. It's legitimate when you get it. But you know, the stuff that they're printing now is just endangering national security for no reason other than to thumb their nose at Donald J. Trump.
Give me a car, you bastard. I waited outside your hotel room with the Belmont offering to give you a ride for a discounted rate of liquor, but you never came. What did you do? Take one of them Ubers?
I was down on the Cape all weekend. I drove by the Hyannis package store. I was kind of shocked how small it was. I figured since I was the nearest one to the compound, I figured it would be as big as the Mall of America. Thought there'd at least be a shrine outside to Ted Kennedy for making them the most successful package store in Massachusetts, if not the entire country.
That was your last chump line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
All right, that's it for the Chump Line today. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show. If you want to leave a message, 844-500-4242. Press 2 for the Chump Line. Leave your message. We may or may not play it at this time each weekday. The Chump Line is brought to you every weekday by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like H.J. Bushka and Sons Lumber Company, a family-owned local source for quality building products, superior service, and competitive pricing, serving all of Central Connecticut from our Naugatuck location. H.J. Bushka and Sons.
Howie, if they're going to arrest reporters, I guess you don't have to worry.
I didn't come here to be made sport of. Read my column on Wednesday. I got a good column coming on Wednesday. Not that they're all great, but this would be particularly funny, I think. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
Howie Carr here. Have you looked in the mirror lately? When you see your smile, what do you think? If you're like most people, you probably wish you had whiter teeth or teeth that weren't crooked. And then you think fixing those problems will take years and will cost you more than you can afford and will likely be painful. Well, I've got good news for you. You can have a perfect smile in as few as just 3 visits to Dr. Houghton at Perfect Smiles in Nashua, New Hampshire. Using state-of-the-art cosmetic dentistry, Dr. Houghton will work with you to design the smile you want. In as little as 4 weeks from your initial visit, you'll have perfectly straight teeth and they'll shine a vibrant white. And your new perfect smile could cost you less than $100 a week. See? You can afford it. No pain, no more annoying white strips, no extractions or braces. Just a perfect smile that will make you want to look in the mirror more often. I have a perfect smile from Dr. Houghton, and now the mailroom manager does too. Now it's your turn. Go to perfectsmiles.com for more information. That's perfectsmiles.com.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papageorge, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Should reporters be arrested for refusing to reveal sources?
Yes, they should. If you're gonna go after the leakers, go after the leakees.
54% say yes.
I knew it would go up. All right. By the way, I'm looking up at the specialist. What is Eric Bolling got the week off? Oh, that's right. I forgot. You know who the one guy is on the panel today? Colonel David Hunt. He's you haven't seen him as much since Bill O'Reilly, his friend, his patron on the Fox News channel, left in April.
Should I call his phone right now to see if he's got it on?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Yeah, give him a call. Might as well. He's with 4 women. They got the three women are the specialists. I don't know who the permanent replacement's going to be for Eric Bolling, but I don't think he'll be coming back. Maybe.
All right, it's ringing now.
Let's see. I'm looking at him. He's not answering. Now they cut away. They cut to the 3 of them. Maybe he's answering. Is he answering the phone? Well, yeah. You getting him?
No, it's just ringing right now.
They're talking about the 400 pages of the Lynch Clinton emails. Let's go to the voicemail so we can leave a message.
You have reached Dave Hunt with Dow Incorporated. Please leave your name and number, and I'll call you right back.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Colonel, you're looking dapper on the specialists. Where's Eric Bolling? Talk to you later.
He's going to hate me for that.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Eric Bolling, he's one of these guys who used to talk about how he goes to St. Patrick's Cathedral every day. He doesn't always go to Mass, but he goes in there to light a candle on his way to the Fox building there on 6th Avenue. And he goes in, and if there's a Mass about to get underway, he'll stick around for the Mass and say a few prayers, and for the souls in purgatory and that kind of stuff. And well, I'll just leave it at that. 844-500-4242. Remember Pickle? Remember Pickle, the kid that wrote the letter to Donald Trump saying, "Can we be friends?" And he was really happy, and he wanted to have he had his birthday cake in the shape of a "Make America Great Again" hat. Well, now it turns out, according to the Washington Times, that his mother was unable to find a baker willing to fill the order. Wait a second. So it's okay if you're if a baker refuses to do a wedding cake for a gay couple, he or she can be sued into bankruptcy. But these bakers that don't want to make a red cake that says MAGA in white frosting, they can do that. Let's see. Mr. Michael Farris is President, CEO, and General Counsel of the Alliance Defending Freedom, the Christian legal group defending the Colorado baker who was sued by a gay couple for declining to make their same-sex wedding cake. Mr. Farris wondered, and as do I, why bakers are allowed to decline to make birthday cakes supporting Mr. Trump, but not wedding cakes supporting same-sex marriage. Similarly here, cake shops declined Pickle's order for conscience reasons, Mr. Farris wrote in a blog post Thursday, and yet no one on the left is calling for legal action against those cake shops, and neither should anyone on the right. The fact is, these cake shops have freedom of speech. Cake shops, bakeries, right? They have the right to decline to use their artistic talents to celebrate events or promote messages that violate their beliefs, even if it offends a nice little kid. So, again, the double standard. If there wasn't for double standards, the left would have no standards at all.
I think we need to get rid of bakeries altogether, Howie.
Why?
Every time there's a problem, it always stems from a bakery. Somebody wants something. Why can't people just get simple cakes? Why does everything need to be, their political opinions written in icing? Can't people just get like a plain vanilla cake and we'd all save ourselves all these dumb articles?
You're digging yourself an even deeper hole.
That sounds like
here.
communism, right? You have the one cake.
We have one cake for everyone, and it's chocolate with vanilla frosting. It's the same kind my mom makes. No other ones.
I like vanilla with chocolate frosting.
Nope.
What, am I going to the gulag?
Yes, you're going to prison.
The Grace log.
First we had the gulag, then we had the Google log, and now we have the Grace log. What the hell is going on around here? We got time for the Caitlyn Jenner cut, the sound cut. This is MSNBC's Amy Barnett talking about Bruce Jenner, a.k.a. Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner, who was seen in Los Angeles this week tooling around in a flashy vintage convertible wearing one of those red, Make America Great hats. Clearly, she's a staunch Republican, and clearly she wants to make that known. She's out here, in her little hat, flaunting her residual white male privilege. It's obvious that the 65 years that she spent as a rich white man is trumping, no pun intended, or all pun intended, the 2 or 3 years that she spent as a transgender woman.
No cake for you, Caitlyn. You're not going to get one either.
Here's a fun experiment. Take that 30 seconds of sound and try to jump in a time machine and try to explain it to somebody in the 90s.
Wearing a red baseball cap with MAGA on it is now a hate crime, at least according to MSNBC and some of these bakers. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Grace, I never knew you had so much in common with Bernie Sanders. You know, he thought Americans had too many choices, too.
At the end of the day, you don't necessarily need a choice of 23 underarm spray deodorants.
Same with the cake. Let them eat cake.
All the same.
Who said that?
There should only be one flavor of cake.
It's going to be... Actually, I thought about this, and I decided I really do love carrot cake, so maybe 2 flavors. We'll let in carrot cake. Only on special occasions, and no writing on the cake. It's just the plain cake. Maybe flowers. Maybe.
How about some of us don't like milk? You know, milk that comes from bulls. I mean, cows.
Mm-hmm.
And so we like to go to lemonade stands.
No.
And get something to drink. Can we still go to a lemonade stand here in America?
You can go support a lemonade stand. I know people are texting in because I have a very unique perspective on those.
It's not actually unique.
You can go to lemonade stands. Yeah. I personally do not like to. I grew up in a neighborhood where kids were always screaming at me.
Google has the same thoughts about lemonade stands.
You know,
they don't want any lemonade
because
stands.
The kids are always screaming at you, lemonade, lemonade, and they give you this gross little cup of lemonade. It's disgusting. It's probably full of germs.
The common theme here, Howie, is that Grace doesn't like capitalism.
Exactly.
Well, I love all different sorts of deodorants, so I think I guess it just depends on the category.
All right, what have we got coming up here?
We have Hate Mail Monday, and it's powered by
hate flow through you.
P. Antidozzi Baking Company, celebrating over 100 years of baking excellence since 1916. Obviously, I just received a lot of hate from my cheese comment. Some of them include another example of why Grace is a disgrace to the Howie Carr Show. Get someone extremely smart, not a doofus. Grace is embarrassing.
Do you ever go to the Cheesecake Factory?
Oh, yeah, I love the Cheesecake Factory. They have so many different kinds of cheesecake, though. Ugh. I'm realizing how problematic
we need to do something about this.
My stance
you don't need 23 kinds of cheesecake at Cheesecake Factory.
Okay, now I'm going to take you guys back. So Howie wore a shirt last week, and I actually thought it was a little crazy, too. You wore your Breaker shirt that you wear a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't know why last week it caused such a stir amongst the people on the Howie Cam. I think it's because it was kind of dipping low. It was the necks getting really, really
shredded. Frayed.
So
have Pearl and Gooner been using that as a sleeping bed?
No, it's my favorite long sleeve T-shirt, so I wear it a lot. So it's starting to fall apart.
Yes. Well, we actually have a voicemail that kicked this off.
Hey, Howie, who in the Sam Hill let you walk out of the house looking like that this morning? Ye gods, man, you look like a complete slob.
Well, I am a complete slob.
Well, so then I was like, I wonder if anyone else noticed that the shirt was kind of tattered, and I went on our Howie Cam comment section. Howie, you really need to clean up your appearance a little. You look like a bum. Old, worn-out sweatshirt, maybe at least a nice polo or something.
How about today? How do you like this one?
Howie, yeah, but that doesn't erase what happened. Howie, that T-shirt you're wearing is disgusting. That neck is all stretched out, and it is ratty and too big. Get a new T-shirt.
It's so comfortable.
You have to have saved up enough bottle deposits to get yourself a new T-shirt at this point.
One Hanes, maybe.
I bought
just
it down at the Breakers. I don't know. I might have to wait till Thanksgiving or Christmas to get it.
Geez, Howie, you look a bit rough today. Did the mailroom manager see you?
Oh, well.
Now, moving on to your columns, which people also had a problem with.
That's something new, isn't it?
Yes. Actually,
they usually love it. They love everything I write.
You know what was weird, though? The one column that didn't get any hate comments was your Duvall. Even the people who usually comment and bash you kind of agreed with you on that. It seems like nobody really wanted him to run. But
therefore, me, Bernie Sanders, because he thinks people should have 5 deodorants. I think they should have 1 deodorant.
I think Grace is fishing for a VP spot on Bernie's 2020 campaign.
I mean, I think we would get along, but there's definitely things that I need more options on. Like, I love having options with makeup, but deodorant I could probably just.
We could do this as favorite. We could do favorite Grace moments because 6:03 has started the ball rolling. Favorite Grace moment, Pompano, Florida.
That was an accident, and I've since been able to say Pompano, and I say it correctly every time.
How about Haverhill?
Haverhill, that was a bad one. My family.
I think not knowing where cheese comes from is the top. You're going to be hard pressed to beat that. The sincerity of your curiosity about the origin of cheese was very amusing.
978 points out that carrot cake is soon going to be banned because the orange is the same color as Donald Trump's hair.
Yes.
So none of these little cheesy moonbat restaurants can ever serve carrot cake again.
Yeah, unless they put a fun spin on it.
It'd be a triggered dessert.
Well, you know what triggered a lot of people was your article on local news. Yes. People got really fierce about local news because I think they're sick of you making fun of their sunset pictures. You keep saying, oh, they sent in pictures of the sunset, and I hate it.
Hey, Weather Watcher Joe from Dedham sent us this amazing photograph of a large ball in the sky, the western part of the sky, right before it got dark. It went down. I think it's called sunset. Can you imagine this? This is an amazing photograph.
But first, you won't believe what these kitty cats can do.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be partly cloudy. Or is it partly sunny?
Howie, you know what a lot of people think? They think you're jealous because you could never cut it out in news.
Ooh, harsh, but true.
They think that you got canned from all those news segments, and now you're sad that you don't get to wear the fancy get-up and go on the news.
The fancy get-up. You mean the hat?
Yes.
The Channel 7 hat?
Someone says, unlike you, Howie, you have consistently been 100% crap. Now get back to the home. I think it's medication time.
I said that TV news, local TV news had always been 90% crap, but now it was up to 95% crap.
This guy said, your articles are good lining in the litter box for the pet to 100% crap on. Carr is only whining today about the news media because they want nothing to do with a guy who supports murderers and racists. That being said, ever notice Carr never turns down...
Who is he referring to? Barack Obama?
No, I don't think so, but that's
Bill
nice
Clinton.
This guy says, that being said, ever notice Carr never turns down an appearance on local media?
That's not true. I've witnessed you turn down many appearances on local media.
Actually, I do. anything where I have to go anywhere to be on local media, I don't do anymore.
This is true
because it ain't worth it. Because I would get more reaction if I could put up the window here in the studio and yell out into the parking lot. More people would hear me than being on a local TV newscast.
Which, let's be honest, you do from time to time.
How you also took a couple of pictures when you were shooting the pistol.
Yes.
Which, as we all know, I shot better than you. The girl who,
That's very fake news.
That's very true news. Fake news. And my poster was further away than his.
I haven't seen him. I thought you guys were going to bring him in.
I have one in my car. I'll bring it in.
We have to have both.
He says, Howie Carr shooting a pistol. We can only hope he turns it on himself. That one's really dark.
Ow. Dark.
We used to have a segment of the show called Stump Trish way back when. Officer Mark wants to do a new show segment, Stump Grace.
You can't stump me, guys. I have a lot of knowledge in this noggin. Trust me.
Let's just say this, Howie. If we get like, what do you say, 75 texts in support of Stump Grace, we'll give it a try.
Yeah. What's wrong with giving it a try? We have all this time to fill. We have like 1,000 hours a year to fill.
And you want to fill them with trying to...
So I want to do 10 minutes and just try and see what happens. 10 minutes out of 1,000 hours.
Grace, this is an opportunity for you to show off your smarts.
Yeah, you're right, Steve.
Yeah.
You're right. Let's show off my smarts. I had a lot of years of education.
Yeah, what Catholic order ran the college you went to?
The Friars.
What kind, though? What kind?
The Providence Friars. Providence College Friars. Go Friars.
That's pretty sad.
Oh.
The Franciscans.
Oh, yeah, obviously. I didn't know you wanted that specific.
Obviously. You need to be more specific with your questions, Carr.
Let's let Granny do the talking here.
Who was the most famous senator who went to PC?
You know, Howie, most famous is one of those things.
I'll give you a hint. Waitress sandwich.
Oh, Ted Kennedy?
Where was Ted Kennedy a senator from?
Massachusetts.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who was the other half of the waitress sandwich?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that one. You stumped me. But he was half of the waitress sandwich, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, she's right. She knew her stuff. Howie, come on.
Chris Dodd.
Oh, okay.
So we just stumped her right there. And Officer Mark says it's a target, Grace, not a poster. So,
okay.
So he stumped you right there.
Listen. If we're gonna do this, I demand a couple of hours of prep. It's gonna be like Billy Madison. I wanna have a little time with the note cards. Study guides.
You get to stump Howie on pop culture questions.
Yeah, Howie. Name all of the Kardashian sisters. You wouldn't be able to.
Kim.
1.
Chloe.
Good.
Cuckoo.
No, although Chloe does sometimes go by Coco.
Coco. I don't know any more of them.
See, there you go. Aren't you so embarrassed? You're bringing your family shame.
You just got stumped.
Oh, no.
When did you take civics class, Howie? Come on. Can't even name the Kardashians.
This would not be hate mail if I did not play our favorite Granny.
Howie.
Oh.
What happened to Granny?
Trump said someone called and said it was the greatest Boy Scout speech they've ever heard. They deny having called him and said that. He lies about every thing under the sun.
Granny, if you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care plan, et cetera, et cetera. Wow.
Oh, and just a side note, I know Steve's been roasting me a lot lately, and my fans out there are very similar to Beyonce's. They are so fierce in defending me. I got so many tweets today.
Ha, ha, ha.
You laugh. I got so many tweets like, Grace, do not let this bully bring you down. You are fabulous. Keep doing you. All of the above. So
Very fakeness.
You control the soundboard, so you think you own the world. Let's play the clip hating on Steve, because I really agree with this guy.
Steve has got to go, that Obama supporter. Or either that or put some goddamn tape over his mouth. Tell him to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
The only liberal I ever voted for was John McCain. He's got me confused with VB, I think.
No, you get pretty rhino-y when it comes down to it. And I'm just saying, if we're going to hate on me, Howie, this is when you chime in and hate on
one
Steve
reason
too.
why when we moved into this place, we didn't give him an office was because I didn't want to have him to put up a big poster of Marco Rubio for president in there.
I know. You both.
I could still put up a poster in here.
And I know why you like Marco Rubio.
Because he's a sweet, sexy Latino Ronald Reagan?
No, because he sweats a lot and you sweat a lot too. You both get that glisten in your forehead.
Because he has that yacht that he spent $70,000 on. The most inexpensive yacht ever built.
Oh, and I really like this one. Howie knows who butters his toast. He'll write, say, or do anything to throw red meat to the Republican base as long as it means more dineros. Howie is lying as much as Huckabee Sanders now. And people think that you're calling Anthony Scaramucci a bad actor, and they think you want to be just like him. They think you're jealous of the mooch.
I can be like a mooch. I just, I just hunch down, and I just, get down.
Grace, we've both got those phone calls from Howie, right?
Oh, yeah.
844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
As many of you know, we here at Matthews Brothers are hell-bent on tripling our Facebook followers by Labor Day, and we're giving you the chance to win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the Fishing Vessel Hard merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano in order to accomplish that. Well, sir, I'm pleased to report that at the halfway point, we now have 1,216 followers. Strangely enough, only 1,184 of them like us. Now, we're not exactly sure what the story is with these 32 unsociable friends, but if nothing else, it does prove that people will follow you, even if they don't like you all that much. Something politicians have counted on since the age of the cement. veterinarians. It also proves that there's a small percentage of the population who will do just about anything in order to win a fishing trip with good old Captain Dave, even if it means being friends with a window company of all things. But thankfully, there's an even larger percentage that have liked, shared, commented, posted, and generally pinged their little hearts out about Matthews Brothers, and in the process have learned a little bit about us. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. You can learn more about our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Howie Carr here with Ronnie from Life Change Tea. Ronnie, Get the Tea has changed my life, but many of my listeners don't understand what Life Change Tea is. Can you tell them?
It's a wonderful tea. It detoxes you. Most people find the side effect for the first couple months is weight loss because we get stuff trapped in our colon. We don't get it out. We don't cleanse, and we feel yucky. So what you're going to start feeling is a lot of energy.
So you can lose some serious weight drinking Life Change Tea?
I lost 25 pounds drinking the tea in 3 months.
Wow. And it just makes you feel better, too.
When you're sick, all of a sudden, when you start taking natural things, boy, I tell you, the sickness starts going away.
I can attest to that, Ronnie. Where can people go to learn more and order Life Change Tea?
They can go to getthetea.com. I make it really simple because people will say, oh, geez, I need to get the tea. So getthetea.com. And we actually put a lot of information out there so you know what you're getting. It's not just a product and then you go, wonder what this is for. All the stuff is explained right there on the website.
Getthetea.com.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarrshow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. now.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by the Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. He is the absolute best in the business. Both Grace and I use the Car Guys, and recently my daughter Charlotte got a car from the Car Guys. We are all happy we did. Call 800-300-4600. That's 800-300-4600. Grace, what river does the Mystic Tobin Bridge cross over?
Listen here, Mr. Carr. I have a breaking news update for you.
Is it the Tobin River?
I'm gonna have to put your question aside because this is breaking news.
Hold on a second. I'll Shiva his mic for you.
Yeah, thank you. Please shut off his mic, or we can just give him some food and that will distract him. Howie Carr has been involved in a fake news scandal.
Very fake news.
Can I get the thing again? I really like that. That empowers me so much. Howie Carr, in the last segment, you may have heard him grilling Grace Curley, who is nothing but a hard worker and employee for him and tries her best every single day.
Speaking in the third person of herself now. That's a bad sign. You're going the mooch.
You're like our
style.
president.
He asked her what the order was of the friars at Providence College, and when she proceeded to maybe not know the answer for a plethora of reasons, she was very stressed out.
He interrupted you to cut you off.
You were about to say it.
He cut me off, and he proceeded to make fun of me and say it was the Franciscans. We have breaking news. It was actually, in fact, the Dominicans. Now, Howie.
Did you live in Fentanyl Hall, run by the Dominicans?
I'm holding up my fake news sad sign because it turns out that this guy I admired for so many years, I thought he was a journalist with integrity. He's actually just a conveyor of fake news. Howie, how do you defend yourself? You must be so embarrassed / ashamed.
Where is there's a certain politician from Massachusetts who went to Providence College. Do you know who he is?
Howie, all I can say is
Boston.
I do not need to answer any more of your questions because your questions are riddled in fakeness.
You don't know who went to Providence College?
Sad.
She's not going to answer.
No, I'm pleading the fifth, which is my right. I do not have to
Okay, I'll give you another
myself.
hint. He lives in South Boston.
You have Instagram pictures with him, maybe?
Oh.
This half hour of the Howie.
Do I? Is it Marty Walsh? I have a lot of Instagram pictures of Marty Walsh.
Did you ever hear of a guy named Ray Flynn?
Oh my gosh, was he a basketball player?
Yes, he was.
My Nana used to say that to me every single time I go back to school. She would say, Ray Flynn. Okay, I'll give you that. But I mean, Howie, again, let's get back to the really important thing, which is all the texters are texting in saying, Howie, how can you...
There was a congressman who went to Providence College. Do you know what his name was?
Howie.
He had a severe drug problem.
Howie,
who was that?
I can't even get into this right now. Your questions are so insignificant. The really incredibly significant news is that you are spreading fake news.
He got into a big traffic accident when he's trying to make a left turn into the CVS parking lot to get himself some more Oxys or Percocets or something.
Oh, is that the guy you always want them to release the pajama records about? You say he was driving around in pajamas, and we need to know what he was wearing.
That was Tim Crash Murray, the lieutenant governor.
Oh.
Who flunked the bar exam a couple of times.
Grace, what continent is Russia on?
Okay, guys, seriously, this is so insulting. I obviously know all these answers. I'm going to have to cut my segment short because this is just getting out of hand. I thank you.
What?
I thank you so much.
What?
I'm gone.
River runs through the state of Mississippi?
Howie, this is not Mississippi River, obviously. I don't like this because now everyone's going to get the wrong impression of me. If you put me in a situation where I'm writing it down, I can. Sometimes on the spot.
And if anyone has Stump Grace segments, because there appears to be some interest in this, if they have any questions for Grace, you can email them to me, Steve@HowieCarrShow. We'll include them in future segments.
I don't think anyone wants Stump Grace. That's number one. The
Beaver
texts are
State
clear.
Finian, your dear friend who loves seeing you on the Howie Cam, he says Patches Kennedy went to PC and he lived at Fentanyl Hall, although he never knew the street address. That was when he was running for the state rep the first time. He was on a he was on a talk show, and someone called him up and asked him about the streets in his district. He had no idea.
I've never been so happy to hear this music play.
I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to... We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. The Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
The male ostrich can roar just like a lion. Earth is the only planet that is not named after a god. Human thigh bones are stronger than concrete. Hamsters run up to 8 miles at night on a wheel. In New York, it is illegal to sell a haunted house without telling the buyer. Ooh. The word gorilla is derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. The tongue of a blue whale weighs more than most elephants. A jiffy is the scientific name for 1/100th of a second. Blue-eyed people tend to have the highest tolerance of alcohol. More than 50% of the people in the world have never made or received a phone call. Beetles taste like apples, wasps like pine nuts, and worms like fried bacon. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
Well, America is crying tonight. I'm not sure how much of America, but a very, very significant portion. And I mean literally crying.
Everybody is crying and so upset, and it is the end of their world.
Feels like the end of the world.
We were on Lifetime last night, and I was slowly getting drunk.
This is the time for real wisdom. Lightning round.
I genuinely do not understand how America can be this disorganized or this hateful.
You know, she was Hillary Clinton, the most qualified candidate, the best suited for the job, the best temperament. Now we're hearing not a good candidate.
History is put on hold yet again.
They're scared, depressed, despaired, desperate even, almost clinging to me.
Plus the Supreme Court, who knows where that's going to go. So the only checks and balances we have are us, the view.
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. Nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today.
The union goons are on the hot seat in the Top Chef trial in federal court. Try not to let this destroy your faith in the decency of Local 25. Celebrity judges Padma Lakshmi and Gail Simmons testified today about the racist and sexist harassment they received from Teamsters Pinky Ring thugs. Boston Mayor Marty Walsh says he doesn't know nothing about no union intimidation, but some of his top cronies are looking at 20 years for extortion in a related case.
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. We love you, Howie.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Why did these local 25 thugs go to trial? They had to know this day was coming when you have two TV stars come in there, females, and start, getting all teared up if they didn't totally break out in tears and their voice was cracking. And you have these people being accused of, threatening them, and then they have the pictures of all the slashed tires that they did. They're gonna. It's not going to take the jury long to come back with this verdict, in my humble opinion. We'll get back to this in a few minutes. I'll let you let you know what was actually said, what the testimony was. But first, we're going to talk to Bruce Mittman. He is we're going to talk about the media, various aspects of the media for one segment, and he is the owner of one of the biggest advertising agencies in Boston, Midcom.com. Midcom, excuse me.
Midcom. Midcom.com's fine.
That's fine. Yep. Okay. And also Community Broadcasters, which owns 46 radio stations in 8 different markets. And Bruce, another one bites the dust at Fox. Eric Bolling has gone down the tubes.
What is that's a horny place, let me tell you. I mean, what is going on there?
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, the thing is, I don't disbelieve what happened, but he got taken out by another one of these Democrat operatives. I know. I mean, the guy was a former aide to Gavin Newsom. He was making $131,000 a year. The guy that took out Eric Bolling, and of course, Gavin Newsom is the former mayor of San Francisco, now the lieutenant governor of California, who was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle,
right?
Who was a dear friend of Eric Bolling, by the way.
I mean,
it's all very it's
all very incestuous.
Yes, it is.
And they continue to take out everybody that's conservative and that has a really clear position in terms of where politics ought to be heading.
You know what they always used to say in all male prep schools and army bases and all that stuff, that they were putting saltpeter in the oatmeal.
Yeah.
I think they maybe better go to that regimen at the Fox News channel.
They got to do something to control it. It is out of control. But I noticed there's 3 women on the anchor desk right now. So is this
I don't know.
A win for the women's movement that now we have all women anchors, and there'll never be another guy on Fox.
Supposedly the investigation is just beginning, but he's been excised from every web mention. His Saturday show was taped, and then it was pulled, and they put in a live broadcast to make up for it. I mean, Eric Bolling sleeps with the fishes. He's not coming back.
No, he's not coming back. If he did it, I don't understand. Where's the upside, so to speak?
At least he got his book out first.
Well, that's
Remember
true.
Andrea Tantaro? She got canned right before she was going to have her book out.
Did you see there was on the social media this weekend? I saw a picture of him with his wife and Andrea Tantaros. That was I'd almost forgotten about her.
It must have been
she ain't coming back either.
A preview of things to come.
I guess. Right. I guess. So local news. The more when you were in Europe, the ratings came out. More ratings, more problems for NBC Boston or Boston NBC. They just they can't buy a thrill, as Bob Dylan used to say.
Yeah, well, they're certainly not dominating the.
Not
the
dominating.
Yes.
You're being kind.
I'm being kind. Yes, but the problem is that there's so much competition out there, and they're new. And network TV is losing viewing to cable, and so you've got a very competitive environment. It's very fluid. It just takes time, and obviously they're not catching on, and that's the biggest challenge.
I think maybe they'll do better when football comes back, Sunday night football. At least they'll get somewhat of a sample.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the lead-in is important, although they do have network lead-in, so they should be gaining. But yeah, this is a market where people are passionate about what they listen to, what they watch, and it's hard to break them away from their habits.
Dick Albert died over the weekend.
I saw that. Sorry to hear
Channel 5 weatherman, and the news broke at 6 o'clock. And I mentioned I was in Hyannis doing a remote, and
were you selling books again?
I was absolutely selling books.
Good to hear you.
I had a very good weekend. Very good weekend, and again, it was great to see everybody on Cape Cod, and I could do Kennedy Babylon too, just based on the stories I heard over the weekend.
I'm sure down there, especially. Yes.
Yeah. But I mentioned, I said Dick Albert, has died, and Grace said, "Who?" I don't. Steve, you didn't know either, did you?
No.
Yeah. No, Dick.
But I'm Grace grew up in the area. Why would I have any idea who he is?
Well, Grace is a baby, compared to you. So,
but I tell you, I can't name the weatherman on 4, 5, or 7. Can you?
I can't.
Exactly.
I can't either.
Couldn't pick him out of a lineup.
No. What about the traffic reporters?
Can't can't do that either. You know,
I rely on the traffic. Every morning at 7:30. Right before.
Now,
I like
what do you
hear,
listen to at 7:30 in the morning?
7:30. You go on any of the local TV stations, and they say traffic on the Massachusetts Turnpike is backed up,
and you're surprised.
You could have knocked me over with a feather.
Well, and it's impressive. They do some great reporting in the morning.
They do.
And maybe that's why the ratings are shifting to cable. Yeah, there's not a lot of great stories in the morning unless they're being driven by something that Trump said. Then everybody is intent on viewing.
Yeah. Do you know that what gets me though is when they say, and we talked about this last week a little bit, gone viral. I love that phrase, gone viral.
That's really an old school thought, though. Gone viral. I mean, it's.
But if it's gone viral, probably you've seen it already, right? So it's kind of like not
it's
quote
not
unquote
gone viral.
Breaking news, right? And everything has to be breaking news.
It's only breaking news because they have no news, so they have to make up news.
Right.
Yes.
So they have a kitten.
Right.
Yeah. Or a talking parrot.
There you go.
A parrot that whistles Dixie, as I said in my column yesterday. So General Kelly is at the White House, and apparently the number of tweets is going down.
Yeah, no, I think
I don't know how
that
he's
was
doing
until
it.
today.
Well, how many did he have today?
Hold on a second. I'll get ready to read them to you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm happy he's there. Somebody will put somewhat of a clamp somewhere in the White House, and hopefully there won't be nearly as many leaks, and we can focus on issues.
See, I don't think most of the leaks are coming from the White House staff. I think they're coming from the national security apparatus, the holdovers from Obama. I think that's where the damage is being done.
No, I'm sure that they're listening in on every phone call. I'm sure they're tapping everything. I'm sure they've got microphones everywhere. I'm sure they've got video everywhere.
I mean, they're leaking stuff like the conversations with Mexico and Australian leaders. I mean, they didn't even make Trump look that bad. They just leaked them out just to show they could leak it out.
Are you ready for some Trump tweets? He started early this morning. The failing New York Times, which has made every wrong prediction about me, including my big election win, parenthesis, apologized, close parenthesis, is totally inept. Another tweet. The Trump
that's about the Pence story. I don't believe that Pence is conspiring against him. Do you?
No, not at all. I'm just saying
that's fake news.
Right. He had like a dozen tweets today, including going after Senator Blumenthal.
Well, I'm always in favor of going after Senator Blumenthal.
But going after the New York Times again, and it's like, come on, just if you want to say that
but that was the lead. That was the lead story. But if you want to say 2 or 3 news cycles, Bruce.
If you want to say the story's not true, say the story's not true. But enough with the failing New York Times. I mean, it's just it's not amusing anymore. A couple of times
amuses me.
Well, you're easy, but the rest of us, it's not amusing. I mean, it's just not adult. It's like there's a time to kind of move on and elevate your game a little bit. So
well, tell it to the New York Times. Tell them to stop printing fake news.
I like these 3 tweets. This is the order that they came out in. Never in U.S. history has anyone lied or defrauded voters like Senator Richard Blumenthal. He told stories about his Vietnam battles and a second tweet, conquest, how brave he was, and it was all a lie. He cried like a baby and begged for forgiveness like a child. Now he judges collusion. And then the very next tweet. On Purple Heart Day, I thank all the brave men and women who have sacrificed in battle for this great nation.
By the way, it just occurred to me something. You know who broke the story about Blumenthal's stolen valor? The failing New York Times.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, but again, right now we've got just too many issues out there that just need a focus, and we keep getting involved in these tit for tats. Which I understand his point of view. I don't disagree with him. I don't disagree with how disruptive it is. But do things, and then maybe you can at least change some of the news cycle. You can't change a lot of it.
Some of the things are working. I mean, like today, Miami, for instance, dropped its sanctuary city status. I mean, officially dropped it. They said they were going to do it before. I mean, that's a victory.
No, that's a great victory. So let's applaud it, and let's tweet about that. Miami
and he
recognized
tweets the stock market's at an all-time high, and they say, oh, well, it's only a handful of stocks, and then they say, oh, but it's 47% of the American people don't have any money in the equities. That's BS.
But he's got to attack the tax problem. He's got to attack some of the issues
he's
that really...
trying to. He didn't make the Senate go on recess for a month. I mean, that's disgraceful.
I agree, but he redirects the conversation away from important issues and takes away a lot of the time and the energy and the air in the room. And I think he's got to stop that. Even though it's somewhat diminished over the last 3 or 4 days. It still has to stop.
How many did he do? How many tweets did he do today, Steve? Do you figure?
There's like a dozen of them.
A dozen, and did they just go all through the day?
Yes.
So, like, in other words, he just he goes down to breakfast at his golf club.
He's just sitting there watching TV and rifling off tweets.
Right.
And they probably delivered the New York Times and the Post and the Wall Street Journal to him.
Blumenthal went on CNN too. So
that's what did
that.
So
he was watching CNN and just blasted off some tweets.
See, that's what I don't understand. I understand him watching Fox. I mean, though Fox and Friends, they're his friends, Right. But why would you watch CNN? It's like beating your head against the wall. What is the point of it?
That's his energy. He loves to see stuff that is negative, so he has some energy to tweet. But again, we got to get focused here because we got some pretty big issues ahead of us. And he's, his ratings certainly are down. Certainly he still has obviously a very powerful and passionate base. That's not going anywhere.
Well, like they say, I mean, what Democrat could get the kind of crowd he got in Huntington, West Virginia the other night?
Nobody. I agree.
Nobody.
So go around the country and do more of them and get some momentum built so he can, in fact, pass some legislation.
All right, Bruce.
Yeah,
you're getting slammed here.
What are they saying? That he just go home?
Can't really read those ones on the air.
Yeah, I can't really read them. I can't really. Yeah,
they're that ugly, huh?
Yeah, they're pretty. You can read them when we go to a break.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, look forward to it.
We'll be talking about Local 25 when we come back. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
More than 3 million Americans sustain a concussion each year.
World-renowned sports neurologist Dr. Peter Q. Warner.
As many as 30% of those who have sustained a sports concussion continue to suffer from lingering symptoms, headaches, confusion, depression, and more, in spite of having seen multiple doctors and therapists. We can help. We have unparalleled experience and expertise to help you get back in the game. We succeed where others have failed.
World-renowned sports neurologist Dr. Peter Q. Warner of CNS Multi-Specialty Clinic in Wellesley. Visit Dr. Warner online at cns.md. That's cns.md. When our military members enlist, they embark on a mission of protection and service to a nation and people they love. When returning home from that mission, things don't always go as planned. And at any given time, there are over 50,000 veterans homeless in America. The DV Farm in Gilsum, New Hampshire is giving some of these veterans a second chance at a new mission, integrating back into society. But the DV Farm receives no state or federal funding. It survives solely on your donations. Please support our nation's heroes by giving a tax-deductible donation at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org. One homeless veteran is too many. Let's complete this mission together.
Cape Gunworks is family-friendly. Need a break from the beach and miniature golf? Head to Cape Gunworks with the family. Special packages are available and all kids aged 10 and over are welcome to shoot at Cape Gunworks. Father and son, mom and dad, or even father and daughter like I've done. Cape Gunworks is a great time. The sun is great, but take a break and head to Cape Gunworks. Don't forget ladies' nights on Thursday and date night on Fridays. Cape Gunworks at 96 Airport Road, Hyannis. CapeGunworks.com.
Hey, where you going? We're going to Arnold's Clam Bar.
It's been named one of the all-time best seafood dives ever by Coastal Living magazine. While TripAdvisor, The Phantom Gourmet, and Rachel Ray all agree Arnold's is a must-visit when on Cape Cod. Arnold's boasts a full bar, a raw bar, and even a sandbar out on the mini golf course. Open daily at 11:30, it's Arnold's Lobster and Clam Bar on Route 6 in Eastham and at arnoldsrestaurant.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by two young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him.
You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency. But are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Should reporters be arrested for refusing to reveal sources?
Yes.
Okay, Vladimir Carr. 55% agree with you. We should be arresting journalists for doing their jobs.
Their jobs? They're committing crimes when they...
If you get a juicy leak, you would run with it, and you know it.
I wouldn't endanger national security.
Yeah, right. You'd publish it in a heartbeat. If it made Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, or Barack Obama look bad, you'd publish it in a heartbeat.
Then I would be speaking truth to power. I would be afflicting the comfortable and comforting the afflicted. I am an enemy to those. I forget the word. I forget how the Boston Blackie thing goes. Now that I think about it, I'm a friend to those who have no friends. I'm an enemy. I am an enemy to those who make me an enemy, and a friend to those who have no friends. Much like my hero, Boston Blackie. All right, so today was the highlight of the Teamster Local 25 extortion trial in Boston. As you know, these thugs are on trial for charged with extortion in the Top Chef TV show. They came to Boston and they were going to film tape some episodes. And that's the show where they do cooking and all that kind of stuff. And so the Teamsters wanted some jobs as opposed to work, by the way. And they weren't going to get any. So they first had the mayor's office call around to the restaurants and say they'd be picketed by the thugs from Local 25 if they allowed the Top Chef crew to film there. So most of the restaurants got scared and backed down. So they went down to this restaurant in Milton called Steel and Rye, and they were going to film there. And when they showed up, the Teamsters sent some thugs down, and they started screaming and yelling at them and threatening and chest bumping them and allegedly slashing their tires. And so today, Padma Lakshma, and she's the star of the show, and Gail Simmons, she's one of the people who's also in the show. She's from a magazine, food magazine. They testified today about how they were petrified by these gangsters. Lakshma, I'm reading now from the tweets from Laurel Sweet at the Herald. Padma concludes her testimony by telling jury she was afraid for her personal safety. She said she feared retaliation by the Teamsters in other cities if she crossed them. I felt like he was bullying me. Now she's referring to John Fiddler, the ex-con coke dealer, supplied guns to an armored car robbing crew in Charlestown. Another John Fiddler, I think maybe his father, was convicted of bank robbery back in the 70s, and I know his grandfather was a hitman for the mob in Boston back in the 60s.
You're saying he comes from a good family?
Very good family, but it's kind of like, I mean, it's hitman to bank robber to coke dealer and tire slasher. I think they're kind of moving down on the totem pole. You know, the theory of evolution is working the other way. By the way, I'm going to tweet out a story I did in 2015 for Breitbart about how all the female Democrats in Massachusetts have taken big money from the local 25, in spite of the fact that they're all thugged up. I felt like he was bullying me, like he was telling me he was going to hit me. She's talking about this guy, Fiddler, the coke dealer. I could feel my heart beat in my chest. We'll take a couple of calls on this when we come back. I'm Howie Carr.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Approval rating, Obama, 79. Trump, 32. Think about it. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself.
You can't please everyone, so you've
got to please yourself. Get over it, Howie. At least Obama can spell potato, you fucking asshole. Stupid Republican. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. Did I hear right? The information was leaked? Get it? He's going to drop the bomb, and then you might go, yeah, maybe he wasn't the best choice. Yeah, maybe I should have voted for Hillary. Yeah. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
5 of these thugs were indicted last year for for trying to intimidate the Top Chef crew, and one of them pleaded guilty. A guy named Mark Harrington, and they had videotape last week, or cell phone video of him basically threatening the people that were on the Top Chef non-union crew. And when he pleaded guilty, he told this is too hilarious. He told the judge, "What I love to do, I can no longer do. That's a sentence I will have to live with for the rest of my life." So he loved extorting people.
And I love the Union Goon voice.
If we get John Fiddler to say anything, he'll have a voice very much like that of Mark Harrington. Thug voice. And by the way, they also got Suitcase Fiddler. His family was getting welfare payments they shouldn't have gotten, and they indicted the father of Tom Birmingham, who became president of the state senate, and he had to get as his lawyer Billy Bulger, the brother of Whitey Bulger, to get him off. It's a very small world that we live in here. So Lakshmi Padma, the good-looking Indian woman who was on the stand today, she's the host of the show. She recalls the man, Fiddler, leaning into her van, which was blocked. He said, "Oh, looky here. What a shame about that. Oh, looky here. What a shame about that pretty face." Lakshmi, I don't like confrontation, and this was certainly a very heated confrontation. She says her Top Chef crew tried their best to protect her from what was happening in Milton. Quote, "But I was getting agitated, as well you should have." Do you ever think that she's the host of this, upscale cooking show, and now she ends up testifying in what amounts to an organized crime case? Mark, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line.
Hey, Howie, it's Mark from Weymouth. How you doing?
Good.
I think that if there was any good young reporters at any of the local TV stations, Channel 4, 5, 7, I don't know, is there something on 10 or 25?
Yeah.
They would stick a microphone in Marty Walsh's face and say, do you disavow the Teamsters? Because they use homophobic slurs, they use gender bias slurs, they use nativist slurs.
Yep. And they slash tires.
Yeah. They're just bad people.
And his guy Ken Brissett is who's been indicted on another case. He was calling around to the restaurant saying, "You better not let that crew film at your restaurant, or you'll be picketed by the thugs from Charlestown."
Right.
Right. Well, here, Mark. Here's something. Forget the reporters for a second. What the hell is Tito Jackson doing? He's running for mayor against them. Why is he not making this an issue?
I don't think he's actually running against him. He's just kind of playing nice with them and giving him a soft challenge. But the one thing I think about is during the campaign when they said, do you disavow David Duke, Donald Trump? And he did it time and time again. Let's see if someone says that to Mayor Walsh.
We called up, when I wrote that story for Breitbart, I called up all the females, excuse me, who had gotten money from Local 25. There was Suzanne Bump, Mara Healy. How about Mara Healy? Don't we have hate crimes? She set up this hate crime hotline, right? I mean, is it a hate crime to call a woman the C word or to call some gay guy, the F word? I mean, are those hate crimes? Is she interested? Should I call the hotline and leave her a message that there's this amazing trial going on down on Northern Avenue?
You should throw the book at the Teamsters. She should throw the book at the Teamsters.
Right, but they're a good Democrat union, so they're not going to have to pay the price. That's the thing, and they all got money from them. And this guy Sean O'Brien, who's the president of the of the Teamsters Local 25, he was suspended from the National Teamsters because he went down to Rhode Island and threatened some of the Teamsters for going against their candidate for the president of the International. They've always been thugs. Reed, we're gonna have you tweeted out my stories? Steve, you tweeted it out. We're gonna tweet out my story from Breitbart in 2015. I laid it all out, the history of Local 25 and all these Democrat politicians, females who got not just Walsh, but the Democrat women who were elected to statewide office. I mean, it's one thing for Marty Walsh. I mean, he's in Boston, but what about these women that have to run in all the she suburbs? And they're taking money from these people that are doing this? I mean, are you kidding me? How does this play in Brookline? How does this play in Dover? Thanks for the call, Mark. Rob, you're next with Howie Carr in the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, I had the pleasure after she was testifying in the bathroom bill to answer that question. She was going to give the money back from the Teamsters. The $25,000. I sent you that video.
Yeah. And what did she say? Tell us.
Well, you have it. I gave you the video.
No, I know, but I can't remember. So give it to us.
She just looked in stupid silence and turned away.
Yeah, I said, Attorney General just started smiling, and then I looked. I said, did you give the money back yet? And then your face on the bipolarness came in, Howie. That's all.
It's just astonishing that they can get away with this, and I can't believe that Tito is not calling him out on this. Tito's got no money, he's got no shot. But Marty Walsh, these polls, despite having all this money and a very weak opponent, is not much over 50%. I mean, there's a huge gay population now in the city, as we all know. I mean, what do they think of this? I mean, Marty Walsh is allied with this union, and nobody calls him out on it. And you could say this is like a local police story, but it's gotten look at the message boards on the Herald and the Globe. I mean, this is getting huge hits today.
They're too busy resisting Trump and his ban of transgenders from the military. Howard, come on.
I don't know. I just think I think this is a real wasted opportunity for Tito. And again, this trial. What's another amazing thing is how many of these people in City Hall are on paid leave. This guy Ken Brissett, has been indicted, and he's a peripheral figure in this extortion trial. But he's coming up in January on another extortion trial. He's getting paid $102,000 for over a year now, not working. And then they got another guy, I think his name is Tim Sullivan. I think he's from Dorchester. He's like intergovernmental relations. He used to work for AFL-CIO, another thuggy union run by the Tolmans, or the Steve Tolman is the boss of it. And he's been suspended because he's been indicted, and he's getting like $130,000 a year for doing absolutely nothing. And then you got this guy Bickerton, who works in public facilities. He's back on the job now, but he allegedly attacked some gay guy down on Ashmont Street in Dorchester in the morning with a golf club, and he got suspended with pay for 5 days, according to the paper. And then now you got Felix Arroyo, the guy who ran for mayor. He's been suspended with pay. $135,000 a year. $135,000 a year. And yes, this is the same Felix Arroyo whose father is also named Felix Arroyo, and he's a former city councilor like Felix Arroyo, the other one. They're not senior and junior because they got different middle initials. Felix Arroyo Sr. has been suspended from his job as Register of Probate for way over a year. When Felix Arroyo Sr. was suspended from his job, he was making $129,000 a year. He's since received two pay raises. I'm not making this up. 2 pay raises while he's suspended. I mean, these are new frontiers in the hackorama. It's amazing. All right, let's take a quick call here very, very quickly, and then we're going to move on. Howard, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Howard.
First time call, it's been a while, but Howie, you forgot that Teamsters 25 shut down the UPS nationwide years ago. They're the ones that shut down the UPS company many years ago nationwide.
Yeah,
on strike. I don't know if you.
They've always there was a commission on organized crime back during the Reagan administration, and that commission said that Local 25 was a wholly owned subsidiary of the Winter Hill Gang, which was which was Howie Winter and John Moderano and Whitey Bulger and Stevie Fleming.
That is still the case, and unfortunately, the people in Massachusetts don't seem to get it. Crime pays in Massachusetts, so to speak.
Boy, it sure does. The crime pays, and it pays off the politicians, as you can see from reading my tweet that's going out right now. Thanks for the call, Howard. We're going to come back with Grace's News in just a moment. Stand by. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Howie Carr here with Ronnie from Life Change Tea. Ronnie, Get the Tea has changed my life, but many of my listeners don't understand what Life Change Tea is. Can you tell them?
It's a wonderful tea. It detoxes you. Most people find the side effect for the first couple months is weight loss because we get stuff trapped in our colon. We don't get it out. We don't cleanse, and we feel yucky. So what you're going to start feeling is a lot of energy.
So you can lose some serious weight drinking Life Change Tea?
I lost 25 pounds drinking the tea in 3 months.
Wow. And it just makes you feel better, too.
When you're sick, all of a sudden, when you start taking natural things, boy, I tell you, the sickness starts going away.
I can attest to that, Ronnie. Where can people go to learn more and order Life Change Tea?
They can go to getthetea.com. I make it really simple because people will say, oh, geez, I need to get the tea. So getthetea.com. And we actually put a lot of information out there so you know what you're getting. It's not just a product, and then you go, wonder what this is for. All the stuff is explained right there on the website.
Getthetea.com.
This is the Real Deal Report with Jeff Deal, who led the successful grassroots effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes.
I'm Jeff Deal, candidate for United States Senate. Illegal immigration is not only a public safety problem, but it's also costly for hardworking taxpayers. The Commonwealth spends an estimated $1.8 billion per year on taxpayer-funded benefits. Allowing sanctuary cities and failing to secure our borders will add to that burden. Senator Elizabeth Warren doesn't side with us. She doesn't deserve another 6 years. It's time for a new senator who will secure our borders, support the wall, and stand up for the taxpayers.
Help Jeff Deal defeat Elizabeth Warren. Go to dealforsenate.com. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming from all over the world, including the Middle East. Why not? Come on in. We're stupid. We'll take care of you. We'll pay. Get sick, we'll take care of your hospitalization. What kind of a plan do you want? "Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration." I said, "It's illegal."
The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child.
We have very stupid people in our country negotiating for us, and we have leaders that don't know what they're doing.
And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck, when you get charged with committing a fake hate crime? Will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at HowieCarrshow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based business telephone systems are created equal. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrshow.com. Jay from Chelsea just texted in, they just can't help themselves. ABC's third story tonight, big graphic, Pence for president, ? That story was shot down like more than 24 hours ago. But I guess it was too good to check. You know, I mean, better that than saying Trump had a victory today when Miami-Dade decided to end its status as a sanctuary city and risk losing all of its federal law enforcement grants. So what do you got for us, Grace, for your...
I have a very, very interesting story from Chelsea Handler, who I know is your favorite, Howie. She's your favorite comedian, right?
Interesting and Chelsea Handler, it shouldn't be used in the same sentence, Grace.
She actually was tweeting...
Exasperating.
She's the one on Netflix, right?
Yes, she's on Netflix, and she used to have her own show on E! And she hates Donald Trump so much. She might be in my top 10 of people who hate Donald Trump, along with like Rosie O'Donnell, Lena Dunham, people who their lives have not been the same since Trump has become president. So she saw a story about two guys being arrested in Berlin for making Nazi statues or Nazi salutes. And she said, 2 Chinese guys were arrested in Berlin for making Nazi salutes. Wouldn't it be nice to have laws here for people who think racism is funny?
Really? Grace, let me set you up with this one. Is this a case, Grace, of the pot calling the kettle black?
Actually, the great thing about the internet is that you can look back on everybody's regrets and mistakes, and you can pull them back up at the drop of a hat, which The Republicans on Twitter, who I love, did very quickly, and they came up with this. So racist jokes are only funny when you make them. Everyone else should be arrested. And they pulled up an old tweet from Chelsea Handler where she said this: Angelina Jolie has filed for divorce from Brad Pitt. He wants the China, she wants Pax and Maddox. That's referring to one of the children who's from China as the China. And that was in September of 2016. And then another person points out... The China. Talk about racist. And then
why do they get to make jokes about the Chinese people? You know, I mean, remember Jeff Sessions? He apparently has a Chinese or an Asian granddaughter, and they were laughing about that.
Oh yeah, and then remember they made fun of, not that this was Chinese, but they made fun of Mitt Romney,
right?
Because one of his kids adopted a
black kid.
Yeah, and one of the girls said one of these things is not like the other or something. Like, so mean. But someone had a really good tweet. They said, folks like Chelsea Handler ride the legal coattails of freedom, then demand their contemporaries be arrested. And another a person pointed out, what about when she made fun of the First Lady's accent and heritage and said that made her stupid? And we actually have a clip of that.
Would you ever have Donald Trump on your show?
No.
What if he asked you?
No.
What about Melania? Would you have her on your show?
Melania? What, to talk about what? She can barely speak English.
What do you think about her as the First Lady?
Exactly what I think about him as the first man.
Melania, who speaks, 5 languages?
Right.
There's just the hypocrisy knows no end. And actually, another story we have is, so last week we kept talking about the fact that Donald Trump is vacationing in New Jersey. And now every single news story I read somehow harkens back to that fact. Like, it said, new Chief of Staff Kelly moves quickly to tame Trump's tweets. And I guess now it's even more hard to tame his tweets because he's in the dreaded state of New Jersey. And he said the change of scenery makes it very difficult.
By the way, we looked up Annie Linsky. She is in the WikiLeaks, but it's not like really damaging stuff. It's like the way I'm in the WikiLeaks, you know. And, she's just mentioned or she's looking for information. She's not getting everything, approved by the Clinton people. But we did learn this about Annie Linsky. She's one of the ones who wrote that story about New Jersey in the Globe.
Oh, yeah. That
snarky story.
Who should be getting ready for her another job. That's what people
Do you know where she went to college?
Providence College.
No, closer.
BC?
Closer
than BC?
Wellesley.
Oh, right in your neck of the woods.
She went to Wellesley College.
With all the bow tie bumpers.
Oh, isn't that nice? Someone from UNC and someone from Wellesley College wrote that nice story, that nice anti-Italian story in the Boston Globe.
That story really was despicable. But I guess one of the upsides of him going to New Jersey is that Chris Christie has extended an invitation to his beach house. He said that Trump can come by.
This is what it's like to be with Trump.
What is it like to be with Trump?
Here's the menu. You guys order whatever you want. And then he says, Chris, you and I are going to have the meatloaf.
He tells you what you're eating.
Yeah, and I said, well, we're going to have the meatloaf? And he said, I'm telling you, the meatloaf is fabulous.
And I said, I'll have the meatloaf and I will have the pizza.
No, you would say.
And I will have the tenderloin. And I will have the fried chicken.
And the meatloaf was good.
And the pork chops.
And the meatloaf was good.
The meatloaf was good. You would say, can I get the meatloaf one for me, and then can I take one home for my pugs?
I can't eat this meatloaf. I can't eat all this meatloaf. Can I put it in a doggy bag for my doggies?
Actually, though, what Chris Christie said was, there's a lot of people coming to the Jersey Shore. I would be happy to welcome him. He recommended some good local eats. There's nothing like the funnel cake at the Jersey Shore. That was a direct quote from the New York Post of Chris Christie.
The funnel cake.
The funnel cake.
Or any other kind of cake, for that matter.
Let's be real, though. If I'm looking for food recommendations, I'm going to take them from Chris Christie. The guy knows his way around a buffet. If he says, hey, you need to try this, I'm going to try that. You know, you don't trust skinny people on food recommendations. You always trust the fat people.
He got ballpark nachos.
I know, Steve.
That's
come
not
on.
That's not a good
what else
sign.
are you going to get at a ballpark?
Steve buys
you guys, I mean,
how about a hot dog?
Oh, well, yeah, it's all, but that's still, it's a ballpark hot dog. It's still gross. The nachos, sometimes you got to have the nachos.
Steve gets the can of melted cheese from the gas station and eats it at his desk. You want to talk disgusting?
It's good cheese. It's great with Doritos.
And then yet you come in here and lecture us.
I'm not going to take food advice from a girl who microwaves a sweet potato for lunch.
Yeah, and I put a little sour cream and a little butter on it.
I like cheese, but that stuff on the places like a ballpark, it looks a lot like linoleum that's been put in the microwave for about 5 minutes.
Looks a lot like bull cheese. We have another story on a rapper. I have to get this one out of the way. This is an amazing story.
Is this going to destroy my faith in the integrity of the hip-hop movement?
Don't let it. Do not let this destroy your faith, Howie, because this is a one-time incident. Rapper who survived 11 shootings gets gunned down. He was calling himself bulletproof.
It's always a bad thing when you start calling yourself bulletproof. Legs Diamond did that back in the 30s, and guess what happened? It turned out it wasn't true.
Can you guess where he's from?
Compton.
Atlanta.
What's his name?
Bulletproof is no more. His name is Young Mozzie.
Young Mozzie?
Don't look him up, Howie. His music would petrify you.
Young Mozzie is not going to get any older, apparently, huh?
He's not coming down for breakfast.
Oh, no. What will happen to American culture? I'm Howie Carr.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
Donald Duck comics were banned from Finland because he doesn't wear pants.